Dear future children, let me tell you the story of my struggle with pre-campus in Cuba. A film about changing racist traditions and a project that shaped my perception of white fragility and showed me how long and curvy the way really is, that is still ahead of us towards you growing up in a better future.
Umba umba sa umba oh.
Und der Joe mit seinem Messer ist der ärgste Menschenfresser. Schneidet ab nur Ohren und Nasen und versucht dadurch zu blasen. The song had triggered an emotional reaction that I couldn't control. A mixture between a feeling of not belonging and felt responsibility. A deep regret about wasted opportunities in speaking up for necessary changes. Since my first camp at the age of 10, I knew this song by heart and was always the loudest one when singing it. It was my favorite campfire song.
Jetzt ist er hoffentlich bei mir live, Johannes Krug. Da bist du. Und du hast die Flammen von deinem Film in den Hintergrund gepackt. Sehr schön. Ein Film, den keiner haben will, ist der Untertitel? Das würde ich jetzt aber mal verneinen, oder?
Gesehen habe, das ist nicht der originale Film. Also der ursprüngliche Film, Vorlage ist in Kuba, den ich letztes Jahr gedreht habe, in meinem alten Ministrantenzeltlager von früher, den gibt es jetzt so nicht mehr zu sehen. Das hat damit zu tun, dass ein paar von den Protagonistinnen den Film so nicht veröffentlicht haben wollten im Nachhinein jetzt. Und das hat mich vor die schwierige Aufgabe gestellt, jetzt die letzten 2 Wochen erstmal mich mit denen auseinanderzusetzen und vielleicht irgendwie einen Mittelweg zu finden. Und jetzt im Endeffekt ist es aber doch dazu gekommen, dass ich den Film nochmal komplett neu schneiden musste. Und jetzt ist das quasi eine Geschichte nur über mich und meine Perspektive auf die ganze Sache.
Wow, okay, das ist aber sehr ungewöhnlich eigentlich, oder? Ich meine, letztendlich ist man ja bei einem Film dabei, weil man mit dem Stoff einverstanden ist. War es also die Umsetzung, die ist ja etwas ungewöhnlich, lag es daran? Oder?
Ja, unter anderem. Also es ist beides. Es lag auf der einen Seite an der Umsetzung und auf der anderen Seite auch an der Thematik. Also ich habe eigentlich geplant, einen fiktionalen Film zu machen in dem Zeltlager. Und das hat sich dann, also es war ein sehr improvisiertes Projekt, sag ich mal so. Und das hat dann nicht so wirklich funktioniert. Ich hatte erstmal keine Schauspieler gefunden, dann war der Plan, dass ich selber spiele, die Hauptrolle und die anderen quasi so die echten Menschen quasi dort in dem Lager, die Komparsen und Nebendarsteller dann sein werden. Aber das ist alles nicht so wirklich aufgegangen. Und als ich dann dort war, habe ich dann auch begriffen, warum ich überhaupt einen Film in dem Zeltlager machen will, was mich da noch irgendwie so unterbewusst dran festhält, sage ich jetzt mal. Und das war eben dieses Lied, dieses rassistische Zeltlagerlied. Unter anderem, es gibt noch ein paar andere Traditionen, die da auch im Fokus waren in dem ursprünglichen Film, aber jetzt im finalen Film ging es hauptsächlich um dieses Lied. Und es ist gerade jetzt auch irgendwie, also was ich jetzt eben die letzten 2 Wochen halt so erlebt habe, zeigt sehr stark irgendwie den Umgang, den viele noch haben, wenn es um Rassismus geht, dass man da auch so eine Angst hat, sich öffentlich mit dem Thema auseinanderzusetzen. Und auch obwohl ich die Jugendlichen und jungen Erwachsenen in dem Film eigentlich jetzt nicht als Rassisten per se dargestellt habe, sondern halt ihre Diskussion am Lagerfeuer, beziehungsweise unsere Diskussion am Lagerfeuer, also ich war schon von Anfang an Teil von dem Film, quasi gezeigt habe oder im Fokus hatte, in dem eigentlich diese Traditionen reflektiert wurden und man zu dem Schluss gekommen ist, dass man da auch was dran ändern sollte. Also eigentlich ein positiver Umgang mit dem Thema, haben trotzdem im Nachhinein jetzt ein paar davon Angst gehabt, dass sie dann irgendwie ja, dass sie dann im späteren Leben Probleme damit haben werden, wenn sie mit so einem Film assoziiert werden.
Aufgrund der Black Lives Matter-Bewegung sicherlich. In der stecke ich ja knietief drin, wie du dir denken kannst, Johannes.
Ja.
Und es ist tatsächlich oft eine Problematik, das ist, also spricht man darüber und wenn, dann in welcher Form spricht man darüber? Viele, die jetzt nicht davon betroffen sind, also die jetzt nun die weiße Hautfarbe tragen, die haben dann, fühlen sich sehr oft auch angegriffen, einfach aufgrund dessen, dass man sich damit auseinandersetzen muss. Es bleibt ein Dilemma. Was wolltest du aber dann mit deinem Film auslösen oder was wirst du hoffentlich mit dem Film auslösen, den du jetzt nun daraus machst?
Tja, jetzt der Film jetzt ist natürlich, also ich sage das also im Prinzip habe ich den Film jetzt so aufgebaut, dass es ein Brief an meine zukünftigen Kinder ist. Also meine Frau ist auch aus Ghana und das sage ich am Ende auch von dem Film im Text, dass es zuerst eigentlich ein Film war über meine Vergangenheit, dann war es ein Film über die Gegenwart von dem Camp, von dem Lager, von der Gruppe und jetzt ist es eigentlich ein Film über die Zukunft von meinen Kindern, sage ich jetzt mal so. Also genau auch dieses Tabu, dass man da jetzt nicht so, dass man gerne, man redet ja in letzter Zeit viel über Rassismus, aber man verschiebt es gerne irgendwo anders hin, sagt dann, okay, was mit George Floyd passiert ist und in Amerika ist alles so schlimm, aber wenn man dann vor seiner eigenen Haustüre markieren soll, dann wird man schnell defensiv und das ist so ein bisschen das, was ich mit dem Film irgendwie auch erzählen will oder versuchen will, auch dem irgendwie entgegenzuwirken und vielleicht auch zu zeigen, dass es schon eine Möglichkeit gibt, sich damit auseinanderzusetzen, ohne dass man jetzt so, also eigentlich profitieren ja alle davon, wenn man sich mit diesen Sachen auseinandersetzt und
Auf jeden Fall.
eine bessere Gesellschaft einsteht.
Auf jeden Fall. Also ich plädiere auch dafür, dass man sich damit auseinandersetzt, ist gar keine Frage. Letztendlich ist das halt ein Thema, was uns alle betrifft. Das hat eine Historie. Die Historie ist bei uns in Deutschland eine andere als in den USA. Das ist ganz klar. Das gilt es auch zu differenzieren. Das ist immer wichtig. Aber ich finde es auch gut und richtig, wenn Filmemacher jeder Couleur sich mit diesem Thema auseinandersetzen, gerade wenn sie einen eigenen familiären Background haben, der dem noch zuspielt. Insofern vielen Dank, Johannes, dass du die Traut hast, das zu machen. Ja, weil es wird sicherlich viele geben, die sagen, das soll gefälligst ein schwarzer Mann erzählen und kein weißer Mann, aber ich finde, es müssen eben alle erzählen. Und deswegen finde ich absolut die Herangehensweise sinnvoll. Was macht dir persönlich Hoffnung in dieser ganzen Debatte?
Also ich glaube, der Film an sich jetzt, also die Mache des Films hat jetzt schon auch in der Kirchengemeinde und allgemein auch was ins Rollen gebracht, auch wenn der Film jetzt so nicht gewollt war, war es allen schon wichtig, immer zu sagen, ja, ich finde schon auch, dass es ein wichtiges Thema ist und dass da jetzt auch was passieren wird und ja auch schon passiert ist. Also es ist nicht so, dass das jetzt nur durch den Film irgendwie da was ins Rollen gebracht wurde, sondern allein auch schon die Diskussion am Lagerfeuer, das hat schon auch ja, viel bewegt, würde ich sagen. Aber ich glaube halt, dass man vielleicht mit solchen also dass man halt den Leuten auch irgendwie ein bisschen einen Spiegel vorhalten kann und einladen kann, dass sich jeder damit irgendwie auseinandersetzt und das nicht nur so ein Trend bleibt jetzt im Rahmen von Black Lives Matter, dass man irgendwie einen schwarzen Square auf Instagram postet, sondern dass es halt auch weitergeht und man auch den Schritt weiter macht, eben vor seiner eigenen Haustüre zu greifen.
Das wäre uns allen zu wünschen. Gibt es schon ein Konzept für deinen Abschlussfilm?
Abschlussfilm noch nicht, aber jetzt gerade bin ich an einem Film dran. Das ist aber wieder ein bisschen ein heikles Thema. Da kann ich auch noch nicht so viel zu sagen. Aber ja, es geht wieder in Fährten um Rassismus, aber diesmal eher um internalisierten Rassismus und allgemein um die Darstellung von Afrikanern in den deutschen Medien.
Ja, sehr gut. Mein Thema. Ja, mein Thema. Hauptrollen werden nur weiß besetzt. Ist eine Schlagzeile, die ich der Bild geliefert habe und die Statistik stimmt. Leider, was das angeht, ich als Schauspielerin weiß, wovon ich rede. Johannes Krug, ganz lieben Dank, dass du dir die Zeit genommen hast. Wir hatten ein bisschen technische Probleme, deswegen muss ich dich jetzt leider schon rausschmeißen.
Kein Problem.
Wir sind jetzt schon zu
Vielen
spät
Dank
dran. Ja? Aber toi, toi, toi.
Hat mich gefreut.
Mich
Tschüss.
ebenso. Dankeschön an Johannes Krug. And on I go with our live interviews here at the Beyond Festival. Es geht weiter mit unseren Einzelinterviews von jungen Filmdarstellern und ich freue mich sehr, nun, dass ich um 17:30 Uhr gleich mit Adrian Schwarz und Ephraim Wagner sprechen darf. Doch nun geht es erst einmal weiter mit Nadav Harel und Thomas Almagor. I'm looking forward to my next guests. Thomas Almagor is an award-winning writer and documentary director from Israel, and he's going to be live with me from Israel in a minute. Based in Los Angeles, he's an accomplished screenwriter and the creative director at Urban Tales, where he has been developing a slate of films. King of Beasts is his feature documentary debut. He has a solid opinion regarding trophy hunting and hopes that his film can be an eye-opener. The truth on the ground in Africa is not black or white, but it's all kinds of shades of gray, so his film is not a sensational news piece. He did his film together with Nadav Harel, who is an award-winning documentary filmmaker also based in Israel. Nadav Harel's shorts and TV work screened worldwide in high venues such as BBC World, Museum of Natural History, New York, Harvard Medical School, Berlin Film Festival, and the MoMA in New York. King of Beasts is his feature documentary debut. So coming up now are Thomas Almagor. He is the one in Los Angeles, I got that one wrong, and Nadav Harel is the one in Israel. And we will take a look now at the trailer of their film, King of Beasts.
Simba doesn't have a name. The warthog isn't Pumbaa. They're not buddies, they don't hang out, they don't dance and run around and throw parties together. When Simba sees Pumbaa, he's killing him. He kills. That's how he survives, and that's all he knows.
Animals, when they shoot them, they just get a sudden death, which is fine.
Man will determine the outcome of the life. Man rules the world.
And now live with me are the filmmakers Nadav Harel and Thomas Almagor. Hello to the two of you from Israel and from LA.
Hello.
Hello.
Jersey.
Hello. Thank you for taking your time. Welcome at the Beyond Festival, and thank you so much for King of Beasts, which is, I must say, a sensational film because it brings close this subject, which is, I think, heartbreaking. And it seems that the film is like some form of trade of the devil because you have to accept the subject as it is to get close to it. Was it worth it, Tumer?
I think it was. I think we allow our viewers an insight that you don't really usually get. You know, we all get the headlines in the newspapers or online, and we all know that trophy hunting is bad, but, you know, to really get to see what it is and all the different shades of gray is a more deep, interesting way to approach it, I would say.
I think so too. I mean, because it shows more about the personalities behind the stories. And Nadav, I mean, often the message and the messenger, they're getting confused, right? I mean, you are like, people make you responsible because you give those trophy hunters a platform, but that's how it works. So how was that for you?
For me, it was very, very fine. I had no problem with showing the side of the hunters, even though the film market wanted us to be more to have both sides of the conflict, but we decided to take an observational point of view and show the side of what's going on the ground in Africa, and not talk about not show the story of the animal rights movement in this film. And I think our point is very clear. We wanted to show with less barriers as possible the subject of what we are investigating.
I think so too. I mean, there's nothing has to be said by watching the pictures. It really, I think it does something to you, to me as a viewer. Did it do something to the protagonists? I'm going to ask the two of you. Tomer, maybe you might answer first. But do you have the feeling that by showing their approach or their work to animals, with animals, did it change them? What was your feeling?
Unfortunately, not. I think they're, with the lack of a better word, they're proud of what they do. They actually think that they are in the forefront of saving animals, conserving wildlife, and so it's very hard to convince them to see a different point of view. Almost, I would compare it to the Trump cult matter.
I didn't understand that. You compared it to what? We had a problem?
I'm saying it's very hard to convince them to see a different point of view. They see themselves in the forefront of saving wildlife and conserving animals. Since they go there and they go to these places where no tourists go, and they pour their money into it. So they call it, if it pays, it stays. That's their mantra. That's how they look at it. Part of it is unfortunately true, as we can see in the movie. In the sense of changing their minds, I was comparing it to the Trump cult in America. There are hardline voters for Trump, for that matter, that doesn't matter what he does, they would still support him regardless. So it's very similar in that respect.
Wow. Wow. Nadav, are you still in touch with the protagonists?
There is one protagonist who is the hunter, and the others are like secondary characters. Unfortunately, we're not in touch with him, and we don't even know what was his reaction to the movie, because he didn't want to talk to us at a certain stage.
Why is that? Maybe because it did change something? Maybe there's some kind of shame? Because I think that speaks for itself as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're not really sure, and it's very unfortunate, even though I think the film gave him quite a respectful position in the sense that if in the editing we wanted to make him some kind of a monster, we could have, but we gave him the stage to be who he is. He's a very hardcore personality. He didn't transform like in a fiction movie, that he started the movie at one point and he ended up with some realization in the end. He did what he loves to do and what he believes is right according to his ideology. And I think we respected that.
Fair enough. With the movie, hopefully still people are going to start thinking about the circumstances down there. What about your new project? Is there something that you're planning at the moment, and in which direction does that go?
Me?
Which
Yes.
one?
Whoever wants. Nadav, as you're here now, what do you say?
Okay, my next project is something completely different. It's a modern day interpretation of Lot's wife from the Bible, the woman who turned into a pillar of salt. And it's a surreal fiction, half fiction, half documentary.
I wish you the best for that one. And what about you, Tomer?
Well, I ventured into documentary. I'm typically a narrative filmmaker, so my next feature film is a crime drama that is actually shooting this September. I've been working on for a number of years, and I will have my son in it as well. So I'm very excited about that.
Here at the Beyond Film Festival, we are focusing on climate change, and of course, the whole animal population is part of that as well. But could you two just give me a short insight about how you privately, in your own little circle, deal with the subject? Tomer, as I have you now.
Sure. My partner and I, we rescue animals. We actually have at the moment, we have 4 dogs and a cat and all this. And typically we have more animals. So that's one thing we do. Other than that, we just try to do our share as much as we can. And, we're hoping that King of Beasts sends a certain message, and we're just looking at, with what's happening in the world right now. I mean, it's a little hard,
Yes, totally. But I think that's, for each individual, there's something we can do, and you do something. What about you, Nadav? Is it that, do you ride the bike instead of the car, for instance?
In Tel Aviv, we ride a lot of bicycles, yes. But I think the main tragedy in this film is that the film shows that we live in a world today that without an economical incentive, without financial interests, things don't have a value. Mm-hmm. And these animals in Africa are like the neoliberal logic is that if they don't pay, they cannot stay, as their slogan it goes. And that is very problematic and very sad thing, that things have to have financial values to exist. And I'm sure you can interpret that in the sense of climate change and the way we live our life and our mentality and how much we consume and what is our values. So I think that is a big issue the film raises, for me at least.
Yes, I hope for others too, which is true, because values, that's what it's all about. And if we don't change the values, we're going to have an ongoing problem with the climate, with the animal world, with the rest of the planet as well. Thank you so much, Nadav Harel, and thank you to my Almagor for being with me live here in Karlsruhe.
Thank you very much for having us. Enjoy the film.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Goodbye. Those were the filmmakers of King of Beasts, and now I'm looking forward to my next guests in a minute. Welcome back to Beyond in our afternoon single interview sessions with young filmmakers, and that will be followed at 6 o'clock and at 7:30 p.m. with our group panels Live and Change. Now, I'm looking forward to my next interview, though. Ich freue mich nun auf mein nächstes Interview mit Adrian Schwarz und Ephraim Wegner. Adrian Schwarz ist ein Filmemacher von ganzem Herzen. Adrians größte Inspiration war immer die Tatsache, dass im schlimmsten Fall das Einzige, was man braucht, um einen Film zu machen, eine gute Idee und eine Kamera ist. Sein Co-Produzent Ephraim Wegner arbeitet seit 1997 als freischaffender Musiker, Komponist und Medienkünstler. Der Schwerpunkt seiner Arbeit liegt auf der Verknüpfung von Bildprozessen und digitaler Klangerzeugung unter Berücksichtigung verschiedener Eingabemedien. Adrian Schwarz und Ephraim Wegner haben den Film Terrestrial Film Studies realisiert. Werfen wir doch mal einen Blick auf den Trailer. Und jetzt hoffe ich, dass Adrian Schwarz und Ephraim Wagner bei mir sind. Wegner? Ja, hallo.
Ja, hallo.
Dieses Projekt, ich habe jetzt den Trailer gesehen und ich muss noch mal bestätigen, wie ungewöhnlich das eigentlich ist. Wie seid ihr auf die Idee gekommen? Erste Frage stelle ich Adrian einmal.
Das war ein Prozess vor Ort, an dem wir waren, im Beyond. Erstmal vielen Dank an das Beyond Festival, dass wir überhaupt dabei sein dürfen, genau das wollte ich sagen. Und das freut uns sehr. Und wir waren da vor Ort in Bangalore, also in Bengaluru in Indien, am Indian Institute of Science und haben da geforscht an den Forschern, an den Arbeiten, die dort passieren, also quasi an den wissenschaftlichen Kompetenzen auch, die dort vor Ort vorhanden sind. Und wir haben uns das alles angeschaut und wollten uns dann von diesem sehr, wie soll man sagen, sehr informativen Prozess wieder in so einen künstlerischen Prozess hineinbegeben und haben dann mit unseren 2 Instrumenten, Kamera und Mikrofon, eine Suche betrieben nach dem Terrestrischen. Und das sind ja die Terrestrial Field Studies. Das heißt, es sind Feldstudien letzten Endes, wie man sie in der Wissenschaft auch kennt. Ja.
Ihr habt euch also mit bekannten Phänomenen auseinandergesetzt, um auch den Blick zu schärfen, Ephraim. War das die Herangehensweise?
Ja, genau. Also so ein bisschen, wie Adrian auch gesagt hatte, wir haben eben das Kameraauge und das Mikrofon hergenommen, weil es ja durchaus schon eine mediale Übersetzung von Welt ist und eben auch einen Blick ermöglicht, den man so, wenn man normalerweise durch die Gegend schreitet, eben nicht hat. Und haben uns dann anhand dieser Werkzeuge verschiedene Methoden und auch Kategorisierungen überlegt, mit denen wir dann dort eben dieses Gelände untersucht haben und inspiziert haben. Haben das ganze Filmmaterial angelegt und auch das Tonmaterial angelegt. Prämisse war auch, dass das Tonmaterial immer von den gleichen Orten stammt, an denen auch gefilmt wurde, auch wenn sie später teilweise digital weiterverarbeitet worden sind. Aber wir haben dann alles angelegt, abgelegt, kategorisiert und im Nachhinein über ein halbes Jahr lang, also auch dort sehr prozesshaft, uns immer wieder kleine Miniaturen zugespielt, also Bildminiaturen, Tonminiaturen und haben dann gegenseitig immer auf das, was man an Material eben von dem Gegenüber bekommen hat, montiert.
Und wie lief dann die Zusammenarbeit mit euch beiden, Adrian? Gab es da eine ganz unterschiedliche Herangehensweise? Seid ihr da parallel gelaufen oder unterscheidet ihr euch in bestimmten Punkten? Beschreibt doch mal.
Also es gab eine natürlich extrem intensive Initiation des Projekts, nämlich vor Ort, ja, da wo das Ganze angefangen hat und wo man auch zusammen aufgenommen hat. Also das heißt, da war man immer miteinander unterwegs an den Orten selbst und natürlich dann auch später bei der Kategorisierung des aufgenommenen Rohmaterials, eben audiovisuell. Und dann hat man sich größtenteils wieder getroffen, Versionen hin und her geschickt, digital. Und wir haben da in der Postproduktion quasi gar nicht so viele Berührungspunkte gehabt, außer dass wir halt das Material ausgetauscht haben und darauf reagiert haben. Aber es hat jeder auf seine Weise reagiert. Ja? Und diese Reaktion bleibt aber bei jedem an seinem Arbeitsplatz und in seiner Methodik. Dann bleibt jedem da so überlassen. Ja? Und von dem her war das dann schon auch ein Stück weit separierter Prozess mit ganz viel fruchtbarem Aufeinandertreffen währenddessen.
Bleiben wir mal kurz bei dir, Adrian. Was soll der Film denn auslösen? Also habt ihr eine Zielsetzung mit dem Film oder ist es eine reine Feldstudie? Oder möchtet ihr eine gewisse Reaktion hervorrufen?
Das ist das ist unser Herantreten an den terrestrischen Begriff. Ja, also im ZKM, wo das Beyond Festival ja gerade, worauf das Beyond Festival ja basiert, ist ja gerade auch die Ausstellung zu den Critical Zones. Und da wird auch der terrestrische Begriff verhandelt und auch unser quasi Dachprojekt, die Globalize, spielt da eine Rolle von unserem Produzenten Daniel Fetzner. wo quasi auch dieser terrestrische Begriff mit erforscht wird. Und das haben wir mit unseren Werkzeugen getan und dort vor Ort an diesem Indian Institute of Science mit all seinen seltsamen Winkeln und Ecken und ja, genau. Also das Einzige ist die Observation des Terrestrischen.
André, Ephraim, und wie geht es weiter mit euren Projekten? Jetzt werdet ihr nochmal in dieser Form zusammenarbeiten. Hat das vielleicht neue Ideen getriggert? Was bleibt am Ende?
Also ja, vielleicht auch noch ganz kurz zu dem, was der Film erzählen soll. Also er ist natürlich relativ frei. Wir haben kein konkretes Narrativ, was wie eine Geschichte erzählt, sondern es geht wirklich um dieses Übermitteln von Bild und Ton und dessen Zusammenspiel. Passt auch am ehesten nach musikalischen oder rein ästhetischen, dynamischen Parametern. Also
Moment,
und das verfolgen wir auch weiter. Also wir haben jetzt schon einen zweiten Film, der ist eigentlich so gut wie fertig. Wir werden später nochmal zwei Mini-Korrekturen machen. Und der ist auch tatsächlich schon Teil dieser Ausstellung dann. Der wird dort also in so einer, quasi auf einer Leinwand in einer, wie sagt man das, so nicht linearen Filmpräsentation, wo eben der Benutzer selbst auch entscheiden kann, was er sieht. Dort ist er schon Teil von, das wird dann nochmal aktualisiert werden. Und wir möchten tatsächlich auch jetzt ein drittes Projekt in Angriff nehmen, sind gerade noch am Plan, was eben aber auch so ein bisschen thematisch, also der erste Film entstand ja in Indien, also das ist den, der jetzt auch hier Teil des Festivals ist, der zweite Film in Ägypten und der dritte Film hier im Dreiländereck, also eigentlich im Rheingraben. Und es hat aber auch stark damit zu tun, dass eben das Projekt, was Adrian auch erwähnte, also das heißt Deglobalize, eben dann jeweils an diesen 3 Orten stattfand und wir uns da auch ganz klar als Teil des Projekts gefeiert.
Es ist also eine Trilogie, habe ich richtig verstanden. Die baut aufeinander auf.
Ja.
Adrian, und wenn ihr das abgeschlossen habt, ich meine, wir sind ja hier beim Beyond Festival nicht nur dabei, ein Teil von dieser Ausstellung eben zu sein, sondern sich vor allen Dingen auch auf den Klimawandel zu konzentrieren. Das ist der Fokus, gerade der Long-Feature-Dokumentationsfilme, die hier eingereicht sind oder die hier gezeigt werden, die gefeatured werden. Wie ist denn dein persönlicher Umgang mit dieser Situation des Klimawandels?
Ja, gute Frage. Also das ist natürlich immer so ein Hammer, ne? Sich mit so einer Situation auseinanderzusetzen und so einem Thema. Natürlich verspüre auch ich den Weltschmerz, was das anbetrifft und eine große Angst oder Unsicherheit. Und da hilft mir natürlich dann auch in der künstlerischen Umsetzung oder Auseinandersetzung mit dem Thema eben solche kleinen Schritte zu gehen, mit der Kamera einmal genau hinzuschauen. Ich möchte jetzt nicht unseren Film verstanden wissen als einen Film, der was beiträgt zu der Debatte des Klimawandels, aber er fühlt sich eben an eine Welt oder an die Welt, an unsere Mitwelt heran, die uns umgibt, die in uns drin, wovon wir Teil sind, ja, und dieses Distanzieren von der Welt und deswegen alles kaputt zu schlagen und und auszurauben, das versuchen wir natürlich dem was entgegenzusetzen, ja, neue Blickwinkel zu eröffnen, neue Blickwinkel zu finden. Und das ist sozusagen auch der Versuch mit unserem kleinen Film, der jetzt eben hier läuft. Und ich würde dem gerne auch was Größeres beisteuern und dann irgendwann beim Beyond Festival im Sinne des Klimawandels oder was weiß ich auch gerne nochmal zeigen. So.
Das wird bestimmt passieren, wenn du das möchtest, wenn du den
Oftmals,
Drive
ja.
hast. Ephraim, wenn es um Klimawandel geht, was würdest du dir wünschen, was unmittelbar passiert? Sei es von der Politik oder sei es von den Menschen in deiner Umgebung oder überhaupt von allgemein unserer Gesellschaft? Gibt es da für dich ein paar Bausteine, die du gerne bewegt sehen möchtest?
Ja, also ich glaube, ich weiß nicht politisch, also man hat natürlich eine starke Verwebung mit der Wirtschaft. Und in der Wirtschaft hat man natürlich auch gerade tatsächlich einen Trend, wo man sehr viel über Nachhaltigkeit etc. spricht. Aber was ich sehr beeindruckend fand, man hat ja gerade noch ein anderes Thema, das ist Covid-19. Und davor hat man über ein Jahr lang gab es ja Fridays for Future und gibt es immer noch, aber gab es sehr, sehr viele Aktivitäten, wo man eben versucht, eigentlich für das Klima einzutreten, also gegen die aktuelle Entwicklung etwas zu unternehmen. Und ich fand es sehr interessant, wie wenn so ein Virus kommt, tatsächlich so eine Pandemie und der Mensch sich zurückzieht, wie in kurzer Zeit eigentlich Klimaziele erreicht werden, für die man vorher extrem gerungen hat. Und ich würde tendenziell sagen, die Leute müssten einfach etwas weniger egoistisch sein, etwas mehr wieder Kontakt zu Welt und zur Umgebung aufnehmen, dann wären wahrscheinlich auch viele Probleme in der Form, wie wir sie haben, gar nicht so da.
Bestimmt. Also das hat Covid-19 auf jeden Fall gezeigt, hat auch eine Verschiebung unserer eigenen Werte gezeigt, was die Natur uns bedeutet, was Zeit bedeutet, was Nähe bedeutet. Und man hofft natürlich, dass es nachhaltig ist, dieses Gefühl, aber solange unsere Wirtschaft dann darunter leidet, ist es eben dieses Dilemma, in dem wir uns befinden. Aber die Hoffnung stirbt ja zuletzt. Und ich hoffe, das gilt auch für euch.
Klar.
Ich danke euch, dass ihr euch die Zeit genommen habt, euch hier live zuzuschalten und alles Gute für die weitere Durchführung der Trilogie.
Vielen Dank.
Vielen
auch
Dank,
vielen
Ephraim.
Dank und nochmals danke für die Einladung.
Yes.
Dankeschön und danke Adrian auch.
Jo, perfekt, danke, ciao.
Tschüss. Welcome back to Beyond. My name is Annabelle Mandeng and I'll be your host tonight with the upcoming panel discussions. And please note that if you buy a ticket under www.beyond-filmfestival.com, you have the possibility to stream up to 50 films during the upcoming 2 weeks. So everything that is said and done here at the Beyond Festival, please get the information on our website, and you will also support with that the young filmmakers. Now, I'm looking forward to the 2 panel discussions coming up. One will be starting in a minute and the other one will be followed at 7:30. And we'll be talking about what we can learn from our own past as species and what we can unlearn of our self-destructive behavior to be more in tune with our nature. As COVID-19 has shown us, we need to shift our values. We became more aware about how much worth our nature is, how much worth social behavior is, and to be together and to spend time with another. And we also hope, of course, and that's why the focus is on climate change this year at the film festival at Beyond, that we will also realize the value of nature as a whole, of our planet. So I'm looking forward to our group interview live, followed by our panel about change, the greatest common denominator of our time. Coming up now for live are the following guests, but first of all, unfortunately, one guest can't be here tonight, Andrea Trivoro. He won't be able to join our discussion because there was a severe storm in Italy, and therefore we have problems with the internet connection. But he sends a warm hello and to everybody, and he will be watching as far as he can. He's very sad that he can't be here. So let me introduce the rest of our guests. The first one is a political scientist and visual communicator who has been working as a freelance filmmaker, a photographer, and graphic designer since 2010. Various of his film works have received awards at film festivals and have been broadcasted. His works relate to the everyday survival of people on the edge of society. So welcome, Florian Weking. Hello, Florian.
Hello.
And
Nice
also
to be
joining us, who's in the picture with him, is a sculpture and installation artist and professor of fine arts. Her research interests and artistic practice focuses on the environment. Her interest in politics, recycling and technology led to several research projects and exhibitions. She was responsible for art projects and collaborations with the support of the DAAD, the German Academic Exchange Service here in Germany, and also in partnership with the University of San Diego. Liz Bachhuber, herzlich willkommen. Welcome.
Thank
there
you.
She is.
Nice to be
Hello.
here.
My third guest is an award-winning PR journalist, a videographer and director. He was the director of Paysans du Ciel, the documentary from 2019, which was officially selected at the Solothurn Days, Les Diablerets Alpine Film Festival, and the Shorts International Film Festival in Trieste. And he is a first-time filmmaker. Welcome, Simon Gabiou.
Hi, hi.
Hi, bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
And to complete our panel, I'm looking forward to a visual anthropologist who can't live without traveling, living stories, and the sound and colors of the sea. His cinematography revolves around material attunements and asking the viewer to imagine together the endless possibility of life and lives. Welcome, David Marino.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
So our lives, they have countless facets, we all know that, ranging between rich inhabitants of cities to self-sufficient tribes. The last few months have shown all of us how dependent we are from systems we fail to understand as a whole. First world countries often simply have too much of everything, whereas other countries suffer of starvation. This is nothing new for us. I'm aware of that. But the pandemic situation has shown us so much more about which values we need to take care of, especially also the climate change, which makes us think more about what really matters in our lives. I know that this is a huge question, to all of you, but I would like to know each one of you answering that question. So, what really matters to you in your life? Let's start with Florian and Liz.
Would you like to start?
You go ahead.
Okay, well, I think the important part is that we go back and see more of nature, to see where we are from and in which direction we should go. And that's part of our documentary that we are showing here at the festival. And I think I'm working with civil engineers, and especially in environmental engineering, and I have a new way of seeing the world when I'm traveling with them, because they see all the problems that we have and what we have to address to get things done and get more back to nature and live more a good life with the environment.
Yeah, I also agree with that. We've done, Florian and I have done projects together with the environmental engineers, and it's so different than just being in the art world, staying in the art world. This opportunity to be confronted with real world problems and to try to think of artistic responses to these problems, which means, it definitely means change, not only in the way we consume, but also in the way that art is produced.
And hopefully there will be alternatives coming up, because we need to consume so that our economy stays stable. We need to consume less so our nature stays stable. So that is the dilemma that we all live in, which I keep repeating, but that is a huge problem. Simon, what is important for you if you take a look at the current situation and how it was before, also before COVID-19, has something changed for you?
Yeah, I think, as you said, we have no choice. We have to change our way to consume. We have to change a lot of things. And I personally, I think the world will be never the same that we know in the past. I think there will be a great changement, a new way of life, and I will speak about my film after. But the guy Jean-Marc, the farmer, is still a farmer since the last 60 years, and he's now 70 years old, and he never changed his way of living, you know. And I think it's we have a lot to learn about these people, this kind of people who never change the way of living, because they are so close to nature, so close to the environment, and they learn from 60 years how to feel, how to learn about nature. And I think now we have to learn about this kind of guys.
It's kind of a reset button that we should use. We will talk about your film, The Sky Farmer, of course, later on. But I come back to David. For you, your values, what do you value most in your life?
Yeah,
Huge
thanks
question.
for asking this, because for me it's also a very intense personal moment. I'm thinking every day what really matters to me at this stage of life. But let's say that this is a very subjective answer, right? Because what really matters, it's different depending on what we do, who we are, where are we staying, which kind of privilege we are given. But there should be an idiom, something that really works to address, let's say, life as a whole. And I think this is care, in the sense that what really matters, after all, in a personal sense, but also in a collective way, I think it's to care. It's to care for the dog behind my house, for the sea as ecosystem, for how my neighbor is doing, what I can do to prevent COVID to be spread around. So if I really need to say something, what really matters for me today, in today's world, is care in every sense, and also as a filmmaking practice. So why do I film? Is to care more about what I film, what I see in the world.
I think it's also a kind of responsibility, because caring means also that you're responsible for how you treat other people, how you treat animals and the nature as well. Thank you so much for these answers. We will now switch to our so-called first topic, which is one man's trash is another man's treasure. And for that, the film that Liz and Florian brought is, of course, the best film to enter that subject. Handmade in Bangladesh by Liz Bachuba and Florian Viking. Let's take a look at the trailer.
কেমনে আসে যায় খাঁচার ভেতর আসিন পাখি কেমনে আসে যায় খাঁচার ভেতর আসিন পাখি কেমনে আসে যায় তারে ধরতে পারলে মন বেরি ধরতে পারলে মন বেরি দিতাম পাখির পায় কেমনে আসে যায় খাঁচার ভেতর পাখি কেমনে আসে যায়
Liz and Florian, thank you so much for bringing this film to the Beyond Film Festival. And I want to address again all our viewers that you can, of course, see all the movies that are getting introduced under www.beyond-filmfestival.com if you buy a ticket, and which is a one-time ticket for €19.90, and then you have the possibility over the upcoming 2 weeks to screen 50 documentaries, which are really worth looking. And please leave your love also at our social media portal of Beyond. Now, Liz and Florian, Bangladesh mostly has quite a negative image. I've lived in Pakistan for 3 years when I was a youngster, and even there, Bangladesh was always, first of all, it used to belong to Pakistan, so it was still part of the country, but still so far away and so alien. And that's how us in Europe, I think, also see the country. All we know about is that there are a lot of people living there, and there's a lot of catastrophes taking place. So you decided now to show a different side. What gave you the idea?
Well, I have been traveling to a conference for waste management, and Florian joined me also a couple times for over 10 years now, every 2 years. And so it was an interest in the country and in the people that grew during each visit. And we had the university connections, which made a kind of, gave us, it opened doors for us that are normally not open to people that are visiting the country. We had a lot of support from our colleagues and from the students who took us places. And after having seen this, we decided this is so amazing, we have to capture this on film. Bangladesh is changing so quickly. And so it's also kind of a document of maybe a time that won't last, you know? So maybe you wanna.
Yeah, well, nobody really knows anything about Bangladesh. You go to H&M and buy a t-shirt and there's just the sign made in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
But you're never gonna see the people behind this. And that's the part that was very interesting to us, to see the people and talk to the people that are really working in this business. We decided in the end not to show this business because everybody knows about this garment productions. We want to show the normal people and that are working in very different, very big varieties of labor, just to have something to eat. And they are very creative in working with materials that we are throwing away, like plastic or bones, hairs, and all that stuff. And that was very interesting to see. And I'm very grateful that Liz took me to Bangladesh, because otherwise I never had the chance to go there.
What kind of lesson lies in this kind of life? I mean, in this kind of approach to recycle the obscure things, as you said, plastic, bones, hair, everything that is thrown away by the so-called first world. I mean, what does it teach us?
Well, it turns around the economic system. I mean, there's different levels. One of them is that Bangladesh, in recycling our garbage, they actually make raw materials to make new products, but they're never on the receiving end of this, because the money in the global economy lies with the production, with the manufacturing, and not with the providing the raw materials. So in all of the short episodes that are shown in this film, you see it's like, one man's trash is another man's treasure, but I also think of the Grimm's fairy tale where straw is spun into gold, that there are transformation processes, and people are, we wanted to show their faces, show their hands, show them as individuals that have dreams and wishes for their families, and they are incredibly, the people we ran into have a lot of integrity and have their goals and work hard for a better life for their children. But at the same time that we were there and seeing this coming from the first world, we see their position on the ladder. Basically, it's the bottom rung of this economic ladder, and that has to change. That has to change. They're confronted not only with these economic problems, but also their climatic problems. The peninsula has always had a difficult time climatically with cyclones, and flooding, and there's because of climate change, they're getting battered even more severely because of these problems.
And they don't have the resources, the means, or the possibilities to actually actively change these circumstances, because they're fighting two wars. One is the climate change war, and one is the economic war. And then the first world on the other side, as you said, Florian, before, we go to a store and we just buy a T-shirt which is said "Made in Bangladesh." But aren't we exploiting these people? Is that some kind of modern slavery?
Well, from my point of view, I would say yes, because it's so cheap, the things we are buying, and when it's produced, it's not the price that it should worth be, because all the things that we are producing, the CO2 that is going into the sky, that is not part of the price, and that should be, then it would be a much more different point of view, because when you buy not a T-shirt for €2, but for 20, because it's the normal price, then there's another way of, see the people behind it, because we are the people that are on the ladder guns on the top, and we have a lot of money, and the people in Bangladesh not going to get money from us. They should have a lot more, get more value of it.
Exactly. I had an interview and there we talked about that. Hopefully, after the COVID-19 crisis, we realize that our social values also need to be readjusted, because it all comes together. as long as we think that exploiting those people is correct, then the balance of the world is never going to be stable, because now the time is passing so quickly and we can see that the climate change is like taking its toll so quickly. So at the end of the day, if we don't change, Bangladesh is going to drown one day. We won't have the medical resources in our world. They won't have the economic resources in their world. So actually we should think of getting closer together, becoming more aware of our social responsibilities. But on the one hand, it's also a functioning economy. We are overproducing. Bangladesh is taking the trash and making something else of it. What should change? Because it seems to be a so-called working economy. What is your point of view about that?
Well, I would like to add something, because the climate change is going to hit Bangladesh very hard.
Yes.
There are some approximately 30 million Bangladeshi going to be refugees because of the flooding of a third of the country, of the land. So it's going to be our problem as well, because the people are going to go somewhere to get a better life, and that's okay, because we produce this problem in a huge way. So yeah, maybe.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, a little bit.
How could
the question? Would you restate the question again, please?
That it seems that it is some kind of fatal economy. We overproduce in the first world countries. Bangladesh and other third world countries get the overproduction and the trash, and they make something valuable out of it. So do they need the overproduction, or is there a way out of this dilemma?
Well, it's the globalized economy, which has been built in this kind of structure. The globalized economy is based on exploitation. I mean, I don't want to condemn the globalized economy 100%, but that it's I mean, I think that since COVID-19 has struck, we are all thinking about and talking about the idea that our means of production need to be localized. We need to be using more regional products. What this could mean for Bangladesh, you asked, it's a difficult question. I have to say I'm a little out of my element there, but at any rate, if through the hard work of the Bangladeshi people, if they would have the materials and the resources that they provide to, let's say, China, or they're mostly providing Asian producers with raw materials, like recycled plastics or human hair for wig manufacturing. All of the manufacturing is being done in China. If there was investment in Bangladesh, which would build factories for manufacturing and better paying jobs in the country of Bangladesh, that would be that would be a suggestion that I would make. Instead of the supply chains being spread out all over the world and in a very unjust way, it would be important to allow Bangladesh to compete on an international level instead of exploiting them.
Yes, so it's actually also coming back to the local sources and supporting the local sources. I think so too, definitely. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yes. How do you see your work? Excuse me, what is your next work coming up? What is your next project coming up? Liz and Florian.
Oh, should I start?
Yeah, please.
Well, I work just on a new script for a short film, but it's not a documentary. It's going to be a fiction short film, and it's also regarding the topic of refugees. And I think it's just from the perspective from the Germans, if a German is going to be a refugee, and yeah, I hope to realize in the next 2 years maybe, if I get the financing. And yeah, I'm still working on the topics of refugees, and climate change is going to be also a part of it.
Of
Yeah.
course.
And my next project is an installation in Erfurt in the public realm in which I use recycled clothing and I weave it into a grid made of saplings and cable binders. I sort the clothing into colors, and it's like making gigantic temporary paintings with used clothing. So I have that set for mid-September.
That sounds like a gigantic project. I cross my fingers. Thank you for your contribution.
You're very welcome.
We will move to our next topic within our topic, which is life as it was. And with this, we will introduce The Sky Farmer, the story of a film of a man who spent almost 60 summers in the Alpine mountains to guard cows. This film is an ode to the return to simplicity and to a reasoned and sustainable production. Let's take a look at the trailer of The Sky Farmer by Simon Gabiou.
Je m'appelle Jean-Marc Gabiou. Moi, l'hiver, je reste avec papa à la maison, puis encore un frère, puis on fait un peu de bois. On a des vaches, alors on en a 18.
Je m'appelle toujours Jean-Marc Gabiou et je vais toujours à l'alpage depuis, ça fait maintenant une soixantaine d'années. Et voilà, j'ai pris quelques rides et puis voilà, toujours le plaisir.
Attrape-la par la queue!
Wow, le paysan du ciel. Simon, c'est super beau alors le film. Why did you decide to make a story about your grandfather?
It's not my grandfather,
Ah, it's
it's
not?
my uncle.
It's your uncle. Okay,
my
mais
uncle.
it's also
I
a
will-
Gabiou.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The idea of the film started 2 years ago. I was on Facebook and I was seeing some videos, short videos, etc. And I saw an archive on Facebook from the Swiss National Radio Television. Okay, it was a short part of a black and white documentary, as you've seen, done in the years 1960, and it was about a young guy, a young farmer, almost a child, and in fact, this guy was my uncle, so the brother of my father, in Valais, Valais, yeah, in the Swiss mountains. And when I see it, I thought, wow, I think it's incredible. It's incredible, and I'm a journalist. I'm a journalist working for Le Temps, is a Swiss newspaper. Yeah, and I was telling to my director, I think it's amazing. I have to do something with it. It's okay for you if I take 1 or 2 weeks to do a film alone about my uncle. And he said, yeah, no problem, do it. And yeah, it's a story of Jean-Marc in the pasture of Emane. The name is Emane.
But it is a very personal matter, as you said. I mean, it is your uncle. As a journalist, sometimes it's better to stay a little apart from the subject that you cover. Why did you decide to make such a personal matter the center of your film?
Yeah, as a journalist, I always have to be not to be too close, not to know people, because I have to be objective, fact. And my uncle is not the same. It's subjective. It's doing a documentary, but my uncle is how I can say, it's very kind, but it's like how,
Like a foreigner? No.
almost wild, you know, and it's difficult I have to know it, to speak with him, to know him, speak with him, to film him, you know, and it was I think better that he knows me, to be with him. I film I filmed him during 3 days, and I slept there, and I have to know him very well to do this film. Sorry for my English.
And what is the, no, don't worry. And what is the message that you want to come across with through your film?
I think there is two messages. One thing is some things change a lot, and the other message is all the things didn't change. Let me explain. In the film, he explained that he was 14, without any family, in 2 or 3 hours of walk, or by walk to the next city. He was alone during 3 months. So in 14 years, he has to cook, to sleep, to taking care about 100 cows. And when I spoke to Jean-Marc, he told me, you know, this kind of things now in 2020, it is impossible. In the film, he said, I think in 2020, if we do it, parents are going to prison. It's impossible. So I would like to show how it was in the past, and now 60 years later, things changed a lot, because parents are very, you know, taking care of his child, very, they are scary about a lot of things, and yeah, that's the first thing. And the second thing is that the nature, his way of living in the nature, in the mountains, finally, the mountains are still here, and he is in the mountain now in this summer for 61 years, still 61 years. He never, I think, almost anything changed. And in the film, he says, if it's raining, it's raining. If it's sunny, it's sunny. If it's snowing, it's snowing. I can do anything. It's the nature. And my day of work won't change, won't be different. I depend to the nature. And I think it's never been, it's the same today. We depend of the nature. We can do anything about it. And I think it's a very beautiful message. And we have to learn a lot about this kind of people, I think.
I think so too. How was it personally for you? I mean, doing the film, and then also now that you talk about it, I can feel there's so much passion. And what changed for you? Did anything change after you got so deep into the subject, after you were with your uncle for a couple of days up there?
What did change for me? I think I saw a different part of my uncle, a part of to see the world, to his values never been readjusted, you know. He always, his values of living in nature, and I realized that people really live like this, and they don't need smartphone, they don't need television. He don't have television over there. He don't have any smartphone. He don't need. He doesn't need. Smartphones. He doesn't need television. He doesn't need radio. He doesn't need to know some things about COVID, about USA, Trump. He doesn't need. He's interested by Trump, by COVID, by other things, but he doesn't need this kind of information every day for living. Yeah, he doesn't need it. And I learned a lot about him.
And Is there, I mean, those things are happening. There's not only Trump and COVID, the climate change, and we have subjects that are, of course, at the end of the day, also important for your uncle because it's going to influence his life somehow. Is there a feelable climate change in Switzerland? Has something, although the lifestyle of your uncle has not changed, but has something changed concerning the nature?
Yeah, a lot. In Switzerland, like everywhere, we see the climate change every day. I don't know the name in English, but glacier.
Glacier?
Glaciers, yeah. We have a lot in Switzerland, and every year we saw that the glaciers lost 50 meters, 100 meters every year. And yeah, we see the climate change, the effects of climate change every day. It's certain. And I don't know if my uncle see it every summer, but I think he sees the mountains are still there. The lakes are still there, but he sees how the snow 50 years before it was in, I don't know, perhaps 2 kilometers of the house, and now it's 3 kilometers, and perhaps in 50 years it was in 4 kilometers, and the snow is higher, and I think he see it, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Is there a future for such kind of lifestyle, do you think? I mean, it's a very isolated lifestyle, and of course, because it depends on a lot of landscapes, not in Switzerland only, but do you think the future lies in going back to such lifestyles?
Yeah, I think, you spoke about COVID before. I don't know in Germany or in Italy, but in Switzerland, a lot of people I will be by walk in the nature, and I can walk during 2 or 3 hours in the nature, or camping. A lot of people realize that we can camping in the mountains, and a lot of like small city farmers production like close to nature, and I think people in general needs to be close to nature, and I think we have to learn a lot about the people who live close to nature since 60 years. They don't need COVID and camping to realize it, and I think we have to learn a lot about traditions, about the way to cook cheese, and the way to live in nature, because he has nothing else of nature and cows.
And it's still enough.
Out there.
Is that your wish for the future? What is your wish for the future, also concerning the current situation with the climate? Not only, as you said, that we are more aware of our values, but do you have a concrete wish what should change?
I don't know, you spoke a lot about climate change. We spoke about Bangladesh, and I think my wish for the future is that people need to know and to consume local, really local. So clothes or food, or not travel for one day to London for shopping. And people realize that we have a lot of things here, and we have to buy food by the farmer, which is based who's based 20 or 10 kilometers
away.
Not needs to buy some, I don't know, meat from Argentina. I think we have to change it.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's a catastrophe. It's not good. Very not good.
Yes, I think so too. Although I love avocados, I was talking about that in our first panel here, but I now have learned to just consume them maybe once a week instead of every day to have 2. That's something that I also need to adjust, and of course go back to the local farmers and to the local fruit and vegetables. Simon, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. And I hope you stay with us though, because I have a question coming up for all of you at the end. Now,
Sure.
simple life Simple life, this is something that we're going to talk about now. How can we enable simple life in harmony with the environment in cities too? Are cities sustainable? Mostly not, yeah? How can we learn from your films and their protagonists? That's what I'm going to ask now David, because he brought his film Talamanca, which is a film about being present in the forest and stands as an example how simple life can look like. It provided an insight into the life of Bribri, indigenous people, showing what it means to conserve the environment as way of living rather than expert practice. Here comes the trailer of Talamanca by David Marino. Talamanca by David Marino. David, this is a film about a beautiful nature, beautiful part of our planet, but the force of progress, like in a capitalistic demeanor, when it occurs to places and people like these, does it destroy more or does it help also? How do you see that?
Well, you know, the power of capitalism is that it's very ambiguous, right? So that's why it works. And it also works for Bribri people in a way, right? Because, you know, banana plantations and ecotourism, all this is additional income. And, you know, when you need to buy nearly everything, then you need money. And when we see this simple life, then we also need to understand that it's not that simple, because, for instance, the protagonist of the film, Justo, he buys chicken nearly every 2 days. It's frozen chicken. He buys at a very near shop. Near, it's like 15 minutes walking because he lives in a very remote place and he needs cash to buy this chicken. And to buy this chicken, he needs to plant banana and sell banana. And then, it's a vicious circle that it works. Of course, it works because everything around is based and is planned to be working on that way. So I'm not sure how to answer this question. I would say that it's very ambiguous. And even for conservation, does capitalism work? Well, it worked because you know that today you can, as governments or as individual, we can offset carbon emissions. So I can go on internet and buy 1 hectare in Peru, and I'm sure that this hectare is gonna be kept in the next 20 years. So I can do this. Capitalism works in this sense, but also I can buy t-shirts done in Bangladesh, and I can buy my zucchini made in 100 kilometers from here. So that's actually the real challenge, is how to unsettle all this trap.
Because it's a matter of balance. The medal has two sides. Globalization has two sides. We can all grow together. We can travel. We can get to know other people, other cultures, other religion, other music, and everything. But on the other hand, by traveling, we destroy also our nature, the CO2, and everything that comes along with it. So it is a matter of balance. That's for sure. So do you have the feeling that maybe what people lose also in knowledge is not worth the economic gain?
I'm not sure, because I think, I'm trying to think from Justo perspective, right? Because I'm a Westerner, I've had so much privilege in this life, but I want to think in Justo's terms, because that's why we do and make films with people from other culture, just to change our perspective. And I think that, money and income and all of this is crucial for even for indigenous people, because in many countries education is really expensive. So why should we prevent Justo to make money to pay a good education for his daughters? So I don't know. Of course, you lose knowledge. When I was filming, Justo told me several times to speak with Mariana, which is the oldest daughters, to just do things the old way. And he wanted me to film Mariana doing things the old way because he didn't want his daughter to forget about how to ground maize, corn, for instance. He wanted me to film Mariana washing clothes the old way. But then I'm sure we can also say, okay, but it's always female doing these things, right? So it depends. It's very hard to find a balance, but of course we lose things. We will always lose things if we think in the modernity or tradition dichotomy, right? But I've learned that when you think in these terms, in a dichotomy terms, the whole construct is wrong, because there's also a lot of, how can I say, a lot of the spectrum is very wide. So you don't need to say, okay, with money, we lose tradition and we lose the old ways of doing things because, you know, Justo, he's able to do a boat the old way, and his son helped us to do the boat the old way, so he's gonna be able to do this. So, you know, it's not cultures take a lot of time to forget about themselves. So that's something that I learned as anthropologist. So we should be more delicate with this kind of reflection.
And has that perception changed because you made that film, because you saw how it could be, or was it something that you grew up with that has been part of your life anyway?
No, let's say this film changed a lot of the way I think, but this is not just the film, it's probably a set of experience that I've done abroad. But for instance, Justo lived in a place called Alto Cazzi. There is no electricity there. Electricity arrived the day I finished to film, okay? So after, let's say, 1 month after I finished this film, probably the entire world changed there. A television arrived, a fridge arrived, a washing machine arrived, but you know, you can stay there, sleep in a beautiful, romantic, conic house and see all those stars and thinking, oh, how beautiful this is. And it's truly amazing. They love that. They also love that. But why, I mean, would you, how easy is to recharge your phone in your place instead of doing 15 minutes walk and pay $2 a shop to charge your phone when you would probably pay 10 cents of a dollar in charging it home, and you might need that phone to talk to your family to be sure your wife arrived in San Jose, you know. Of course, these are new, let's say, are modern things, but we take those for granted now, and I'm not sure these are granted in other places. So that's the reflection I made doing this film.
And that's how do you perceive time and how do you perceive the change that is brought by time? Do you have the feeling that, because I have the feeling also, do you have the feeling that time goes by faster in comparison to when we did not have all the opportunities that we have today?
Yeah, I think for sure time goes slower in Salamanca. And it goes slower also with respect to the culture, because Bribri people, they retain much more. And here I would like to connect to what Simone was saying. For sure, in Europe, we lost track of how life was 50 years ago, and in Talamanca, they did not. So I would say that time goes slower there, and with a big impact on people well-being, because life is less complex, there are less things to do, the day is really enjoyed, there's boredom, you can be bored, you know, you can be bored.
Which
and
is a luxury.
That, you know, I'm also connecting to what Simone was saying. Today, children, they are not allowed to be bored. So, I don't know, there's something great and magic that we should learn, but we shouldn't give for granted the big achievements that technology and well-being and healthcare and welfare state gave us.
Thank you so much, David.
Yeah,
I also hope that we share more of what the so-called first world has, where it's needed, at people that don't have it. I have now one question left for all of you. And as, of course, we're watching films mostly that document life in nature. And, but we also need to be more sustainable in our way of living in the cities that we all live in, that I do live in. I live in Berlin. How do you think can we enable simple life in the under the circumstances, the environment that we live in, also in the cities? Florian and Liz, how do you see that?
I think it's the idea that actually we've seen in all films is that this the global chain of supply needs to be changed so that all of us also in cities are there's more manufacturing, more regional produce. Maybe it's a reevaluation of what we actually have. At least that's been my experience during COVID, is to appreciate where I am instead of always feeling I have to go somewhere else, you know? So this sort of hectic or the travel urge has been really interrupted, and I'm finding, to my surprise, a totally new perspective on things, you know? What do you?
I think so too. Florian, what do you say? Has the time, also the times of the lockdown, maybe also changed your point of view or your values? What happened to you?
Yeah, well, I think I saw the world before COVID in that way. And I worked at home and before it, because I'm a freelancer, and I think more people now see the value of staying home and working locally, and maybe we should more learn to repair things. That's a point, because we always consume and throw the things away. Maybe there's life in them, and we have to learn more that this is possible to that the things can live more longer.
That we can have a simpler
life.
An
example is maybe cars. We all have big, huge cars, and they are not lasting long. We can use them 20, 30 years if we want to repair it, but we don't want to, because it's too it's too much money to repair them, and maybe we should more see it in another way, not that everything is just the worth of the price. Maybe it's more the value of the history of the found object that is in there, and the history of the things. And I think then we can go back and have COVID give us a chance to see the things from above, to see there is a way to live another life, a simpler life, but I'm not really sure if the people are going to go there, because everything is going back to normal, I think, and that's it's a pity, because it was a moment in time to have a real change, and I'm not sure if this is going to happen.
Yes, I have the same fear. I mean, we had the whole world was under the same circumstances. The whole world was touched by one little tiny virus. And we were all in the same boat, more or less, but basically we were all in the same boat. And so we could have the possibility now to actually change, because what it showed was that changes can be made in a very quick way, suddenly.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's also very encouraging, I think. Don't you think, Simon? What do you think about that, Simon? Is it also a chance now?
I think it's a chance. It's a chance. Sorry, I think it's a big chance to everybody. You know, in Switzerland, but it's true with all in the world. With the lockout in Europe, everybody was in the house, in the apartments, and everybody was okay. What do I need now in the day. What do I need? What I like? What I really like? If I like read, so I read. But please continue to read after COVID. If you like, I don't know, to go to in the city, just walking. Okay, please, but please continue to do it. Continue to speak with your mom in the phone to know how she feels. Please continue to take care to your children because normally you were in your work and you was working 10 hours a day. But please now work at 80% if you can. Please continue to read. Please continue to buy food in your market close to the house, or to buy food to the farmer which live in 10 kilometers. But please continue to live in the way we have to learn to live during COVID.
Of course, I mean, for some families it was very hard. For some
Yeah,
families it
sure.
wasn't. It had also two sides of the medal.
Yeah, I didn't say it was easy for everybody. For a lot of people, it was very hard. And in Europe, we have a big chance because we can say, "Oh, I'm not working; it's lockout, and I have money in my bank." So it's not the same in Africa, in South America, in Asia. I think in Europe too. So for people who have the chance to change something because they have money, because they have family, because they have, I don't know, please change.
Yes, please change. David, what is your wish? How should people change?
Well, as I said at the beginning, it's a very interesting moment because I'm studying to try become a teacher in history and philosophy, okay? So I'm thinking every day, what is not working? Because people is studying history, they are given tools to think philosophically about the world, but none of this is working. So there should be something wrong, and instead of saying education is not working, I would rather say that education is gonna be the key here for the future, because I think we are probably, I don't know how old are you guys there, but I think we are probably in the middle. But let's say my parent generation, they are lost somehow. So it's us and those who will come after us. So it's gonna be all about education. And I think the key is there in the sense that we should probably restructure all the entire system to focus on this, on how to care for the environment, to appreciate how vulnerable we are, So I think it's there. The recipe is there, and it's also already happening because there's plenty of experience going on in huge and small cities. I'm thinking here about urban agriculture or planting flowers for bees. There's plenty of, I don't know how you call this in your country, but of local producer who come once per week in local markets. So there's plenty of experience, but we should probably know more about this and spread this more and more. I think it's the only possibility we have. And I want to say that I'm not sure people actually thought philosophically about the COVID. I think they didn't. We are here between very rational people probably, and we are thinking that a new deal is possible, but I'm really not sure that the mass really will treasure this moment. I hope so, but government will have a very key role in this. We will see.
Yes, I think so too. I mean, to make it a sustainable, lasting moment, definitely. Things have to change, laws have to change, and push people into the right direction to prevent that our planet is going to have a major breakdown very, very soon. Thank you so much to the four of you for taking your time. Thank you for taking part at the Beyond Festival. There you are again. Thank you and goodbye.
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 Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
It was a pleasure.
It was.
In today's second group interview, we will focus on change, which is the greatest denominator of our time. I'm looking forward to 5 international top-class guests again, and I therefore hope that you will stay tuned. Plus, I have something very special for you now. Although Andrea Trivero, which I said in the beginning, couldn't join tonight, he still wants to inspire us, and besides saying hello, he gives us the possibility to get an insight about his film, The Man of the Trees, which is highly, highly inspiring, I think. Of course, you can watch the whole movies, as I said before, if you buy a festival ticket on www.beyond-filmfestival.com. For now, take a look at the trailer, and I see you tonight, at 7:30 for the upcoming panel discussion. So go into the small break that we take till 7:30 with the inspiring trailer of The Man of the Trees by Andrea Trivero.
Mama Belma Daniel Doraten Kodokane Yumpi Sovla Yokoruna Mamsenga Tomna Bishenta Yumpi Numwasa Mama Nazera La Mbwetisa 30 millions Mamsen Man. En tout cas, moi, je suis très content avec mon travail. C'est là que je travaille pour notre pays, revenir les arbres. Deuxièmement, en tout cas, c'est bien pour moi parce que c'est là-bas que moi j'ai nourri mes enfants.
Wie es mit dem Wetter langfristig weitergehen wird, wie sich klimatische Veränderungen auf unserem Planeten auswirken werden, mit diesen Fragen befasst sich die Weltklimakonferenz in Genf.
Schneestürme, Überschwemmungen, Dürrekatastrophen. Nicht nur das Wetter, sondern das gesamte Klima scheint in Unordnung geraten. Das ist das Thema für 100 Meteorologen, die hier in Genf zur ersten Weltklimakonferenz zusammentrafen. 200 Land- und Forstwirte sowie Energieexperten hören ihnen mit größtem Interesse zu. Aufwendige Messungen, unter anderem bei einem langfristigen Großwetterprojekt im Atlantik, haben gezeigt, dass der Kohlendioxidgehalt der Erdatmosphäre ständig ansteigt. Dieser Anstieg ist die Folge des wachsenden Verbrauchs von Erdöl, Erdgas und Kohle in Industrie und Haushalten. Gleichzeitig nimmt die Flora, die Kohlendioxid wieder in Sauerstoff umwandelt, durch zunehmende Besiedlung ab. Vor allem das Abholzen tropischer Wälder, wie zurzeit in Brasilien, kann Auswirkungen auf das gesamte Weltklima haben. Der wachsende Kohlendioxidgehalt der Luft führt zu einer unerwünschten Erwärmung der Atmosphäre. Die Folgen erläutert Professor Flohn aus Bonn, der hier einen vielbeachteten Vortrag über das Klima der Zukunft hielt.
Ein völliges Verschwinden des arktischen Meereises würde zu einer Verlagerung der Klimagürtel der Nordhalbkugel um etwa 500, 800 Kilometer nach Norden führen. Eine der wichtigsten Folgen wäre ein wesentlich trockeneres Klima im ganzen Mittelmeergürtel, das randlich auch auf das südliche Mitteleuropa übergreifen würde. Die Folgen, die für Wasserversorgung und Ernte dann eintreten würden, sind in der Tat unübersehbar.
Welcome back to Beyond's Film Festival. This year, of course, only digitally from Karlsruhe due to the Corona situation. My name is Annabel Mandeng, and I am very happy to be this year's host for the afternoon and evening sessions and the interviews. And now, coming up is a group panel discussion about change, which is the biggest denominator of our time. Nice word. And many of the problems we have to deal with today have arisen from the fact that we have changed our ways to live, to produce, and to consume. So change, which usually has quite a good image, can not only be seen as being good. So I am looking forward to our international guests, but I would also like to say that all the films that are addressed at our panel discussions can be viewed in their full length by you. You can screen them if you buy a festival ticket for €19.90 under www.beyond-filmfestival.com. And with that, you also support the young filmmakers. Coming up now is my first guest. Change is the topic of his life. Sustainability, his central theme, focusing on solar energy. For 25 years, his company Fechner Media has been promoting example of sustainable living and has won numerous international awards. My guest has produced numerous films and directed his first cinema documentary in 2010 called The Fourth Revolution, Energy Autonomy. It became the most seen feature-length German documentary. He's a winner of the European Solar Prize and the BAUM Environmental Prize. Welcome, Karl A. Fechner. Hallo.
Hello. Oh, what a nice introduction.
It was a nice introduction, wasn't it? Yes. And now, let me introduce my next guest. He's a journalist, he's a producer, and a documentary director. As a co-founder of Lava Film, her feature-length documentary films were and are still presented at major film festivals around the world. She has directed documentary films in post-conflict regions in Africa and Europe. She also contributes as a speaker and lecturer. Since summer 2019, she works as a freelance film director and writer and collaborates with several production companies. Welcome, Chiara Sambuchi. Did I pronounce that right? I'm glad I did it right. I can't hear you, unfortunately, but I hope that we can solve the technical problem. We actually had one more guest also that I would have introduced before Chiara, Marcos Vetter, but unfortunately he can't make it technically, so he won't be part of the channel. Coming up is Matt Hopkins, who is an award-winning documentary director from the UK. His body of work focuses on powerful human-led stories told through a cinematic eye. His ongoing short film series, England, Your England, captures real stories from the edges of contemporary Britain. Whereas his debut feature, A Divorce Before Marriage, documented the lives of the band I Like Trains. In the commercial space, Matt continues to tell important human-led stories with strong brand messaging. Matthew Hopkins, welcome. There
Hello.
you are.
Thank you. That was a lovely introduction.
I'm so glad that you could join me here. You have to change. We have to change. That's a mantra of this time, actually. We all have to change. And now the climate change shows that even more, which is the focus of this year's Beyond Festival. So how do we manage to find new criteria that are really applicable? Is the preservation of life on our planet not the top criteria before everything else, before like all the other matters that concern our lives? What do you say? Let's start with Karl.
You know, when we started 30 years ago, I believe we should show the catastrophes and the big problems. And I filmed, by the way, I filmed in Iraq 3-4 times. I lived there for 4 or 5 months. I was very successful by showing these pictures and human touching stories in the 1990 and 1991. And then I recognized that I make money with it, with the suffering of people. And so this was the biggest change of one of the big changes of my professional life. So I reflected, or we all reflected, there was a crisis, and you can imagine. And so we say, what the people don't have, let's say, or very much too less, they don't know the answers, the visions, the ideas, the missions, the possibilities. And so let's start with those films to show that, and that is the answer of your question. We try to invite people to this new world. Yeah, we would like to write the story of the new world, which is, by the way, the title of the new film which we are doing. Friday is the story of the new world. It is a new world. It is an invitation. It is only one part is technical. The other part is the inner believing, the inner part, the strong and the happiness and the feeling to other people. And this is for the moment. That is my answer to your questions. And so my films are, I think, very emotional.
Very emotional. That we also need to become more social, it seems. as a whole.
Of course, yeah. It's social means that we see the needs of other people. That they don't focus only us, and this is one of the biggest problems of the northern countries. That they focus their own subjects by they don't recognize that justice is climate justice. Yeah, that means that we have more to focus the problems and the need for people in the southern part of our continent.
Mm-hmm.
Of our
Chiara.
world.
Well, I agree with Carl, surely. Can you hear me now, by the way?
Excuse me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now, by the way?
Yes, yes, I can hear
Very
you
good.
now. And I wanted to ask you if I pronounced your name right. Chiara Sambuchi?
I was telling you, but you couldn't hear me. Very good. You pronounced it perfectly,
Okay.
which doesn't happen very often. So thank you very much for this.
You're welcome. The preservation of our planet, how do you see the importance of that, Chiara?
It's of course crucial. And the question is, how do we reach our goal? And I think awareness and education are crucial, are very, very, very important. And I realize it every time I work on a documentary film. I normally work on social subjects. To me, it's very important not to show, victims, but showing people who at least fight for a better world or for reaching a better situation. And every time I start a new documentary film, every time I research on a new topic, I realize how important education and awareness are. So the point is, Carl is right, there's a huge gap between northern countries and south countries. Surely the north countries have the problem that sometimes they don't recognize that climate justice, is something we all have to work together on. In the south countries, there's always often the problem that they don't work enough on awareness, on education. And without those, we are not going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
This is my feeling.
Mm-hmm. I think so too. Education, I mean, in all means.
Of course, I don't, it doesn't mean simply that children have to go to school. I give you an example. When I was shooting in Brazil, when I was shooting Spirits I Have Called, I realized we're, very close to the hugest mine, iron mine of the world, open mine of the world. There are very, very big taps with full of water, which is red, and it's red because of the iron.
Mm-hmm.
It's very dangerous for the health. And I heard, and they told me that the children who live around go there to swim.
Mm.
And, they use them as swimming pools, which is the worst they could do, which is really, really bad for their health. This is what I mean. Talking about awareness, just information,
Exactly.
awareness, telling the people what's going on, trying to, make them clear that, for instance, they are in danger, and even this is not always the case. So I think we should work all together very much on this point.
Yeah, I think so too. Like awareness, we need to be taught to be more aware. Matthew, what is your opinion towards our planet? I'm sure that you have a high opinion, otherwise you wouldn't be part of the Beyond Festival, first of all, But we have so many more problems. We have economical problems, we have health problems, especially now with COVID-19. I mean, we have social problems, there's so much going on. But doesn't our planet stand above all? Because without our problems, all the other problems will diminish, will disappear anyway. So how do you see that?
I mean, obviously our planet stands above all. But I think where I've come from in the films I've made is, how do you get people to take on that message without it overwhelming them? Without them feeling totally scared and useless and not knowing what to do. And I think what we've got to do is work out ways to communicate with them and create films that really connect with them, and necessarily have to teach them or preach to them or really, I mean, this is from my personal take on the films I've made, but, you know, I've tried to make films where we've gone really deep into the issues at hand and some of the problems, and even I didn't understand a lot of them. And so sometimes it's about stripping it back and telling stories which are universal to all of us, you know, about somebody just trying to get a project off the ground and trying and failing. And this is part of the film, A Failure of Imagination, which I've just made. It's a very basic message that we can all help, we can all do it if we try. And it doesn't actually go into the details of, you know, how important the planet is and how bad it is. There's just some assumed knowledge there. And I think, you know, this is the thing we've really got to look at. How are we going to get all these people who we want to understand this? How are we going to get them to understand?
How do we get to the solution? This is our subtopic, because we have the major topic now, which is change, but we kind of have subtopics coming up, and that fits perfectly. Thank you so much, Matthew, because the first topic is approaches to solutions. So the film Climate Warriors gives a voice to people acting for change. There are American activists, celebrities, German energy inventors, investors, and political activists. They all drive towards the same goal, saving our world and keeping peace. Karl Fechner and Nick Niemans did this film together. Let's take a look at the trailer of Climate Warriors.
Only 1 second. I cannot.
This is my home.
The others too?
This is where I grew up.
We don't see her.
I want to see this place safe.
We are lifting job-killing restrictions on the production of oil, natural gas, clean coal, and shale energy. We're gonna have clean water, we're gonna have clean air.
I can't breathe this air.
My administration is putting an end to the war on coal. Not clean coal, really clean coal, and making America wealthy again.
Well, hello, there's too many people dying, so one man will not bring back the dirty energy of the past.
We're gonna win at so many levels. We're gonna win, win, win. You're gonna get so tired of winning. You're gonna say, Mr. President, please, we don't wanna win anymore. It's too much. And I'm gonna say, I'm sorry.
The United States will withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord, so we're getting out.
We are flooding the streets and we are now flooding the courts to show the world that there is a movement on the rise and that our generation is at the front of that movement.
Was sagt ihr euren Enkelkindern irgendwann?
People taking risk if they can toward a bigger goal and toward a bigger movement.
That's why we chain ourselves to the pipelines. That's why we resist these projects that threaten our future.
Es gibt unglaublich massive und mächtige Gegenspieler, aber das ist nun mal so bei allen Revolutionen.
It is past time to go to renewable sources of energy. And this is one battle we must win.
This is not a party issue. This is a people's issue.
Each and every human individual has to understand the impact that their life has on the world.
We must do, and we can do, and that we will do.
We can create a planet that will be healthy and habitable for our children.
This is a really beautiful planet and so precious.
Really, that it invigorates me to fight.
I don't allow for people to stop me.
I think being a climate warrior is being able to understand the crisis that we face in a way that empowers us to fight, to preserve and protect that which is left.
Making green mainstream.
And we will fight for our planet Earth.
Die dümmste aller Visionen wäre ja zu glauben, man könne alles so lassen, wie es ist.
The United States under the Trump administration will continue to be the cleanest and most environmentally friendly country on earth. Will be the cleanest.
There's just a lot that we got to do.
Wow, Karl, Was für ein intensiver Film. What an intense movie. Whew, crawls under your skin, and it's so right. I mean, you show the pictures and everything becomes clear, at least for me. Seriously. I think that's a great approach to mirror the problem. And you showed in your film always bridges between that, like from problems to solutions. Where should they be built? In politics?
First of all, a question: could you see, my colleagues? Could you see the trailer?
I've got it on my phone, so I watched it.
Matthew and Chiara, if they could see the film.
Is it? Why is it organized like that? But because if you see your trailers, we cannot see it on a organization. Is it good? Is it organized like that? Is it that we cannot see it?
Well,
Yes.
the thing is,
Okay.
I'm not sure about the technical circumstances now that you could not watch the trailer. I'm not sure if you have to have the parallel program online, maybe, that we are live
I'm just watching the website on my phone.
on the website.
It's kind of like entering the Matrix.
Yes,
With lots of
exactly.
screens.
Matthew, you did it. That's www.beyond-filmfestival.com. So if you put on that parallelly, maybe, on another device,
Okay. Good.
then you can see...
I get texts here.
You can see me, too.
Quiet about that.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Good.
here we go again, Carl. Approaches to solutions. That is what needs to be done. I mean, we have the protests. We have Friday for Future. We have those who ignore still the actual problem of climate crisis, which cannot be overcome unless we change. How do you see the solutions? Solar energy is a huge solution giver, I think.
I see it's more than solar energy, but if we focus on solar energy together with all the other subjects in the film, this is first a decision of the civil society. I mean, everybody can decide, can to do that, you know. Perhaps not. Let's say the solar energy. It depends a little bit to be an owner or to have it on a flat. But if you see it, for example, which is one of the very big subject, eating meat, for example. Yeah, this is a very important subject on this theme. Yeah, everybody can decide that. And did you know that only in Germany we produce 300 million liters of blood by animals all the year, animals which we are eating. I mean, this cannot be accepted. That is what I say. We are all, will not say a little bit. At least we are all responsible, yeah, and duty too. And if you speak about, let's say, the political change, my personal experience is resistance, blockades, some civil resistance. I had two subjects where I worked, let's say, in this subject too, in my life. It was in the 1980s. I fought against American Pershing II missiles. They were installed in a city in Germany, in Mutlangen, yeah, and we went there all weekends and very often not during the week, and we stopped the traffic there with let's say 3,000 to 5,000 people, yeah, older people. There was special resistance for seniors and all that, yeah, and at the end, yeah, 1987. The Americans they said, okay, it's enough. We don't like it. We put it away, and they throw it out. This was the fight against Pershing, the atomic bombs. Yeah, and the second was to use atomic as nuclear power. Yeah, and that's resistance in Gorleben. There were 40 years of resistance, and I tell you, I was so heavy beaten. Yeah, there was such a violence there, and I'm non-violent resistor, but from the police part of that. And at the end, the police people, they resisted to beat the people. Yeah? They're getting older with them too, 40 years. And in 2022, it's over. Only 2 years still. The decision from the political subject is done. Of course, it was in connection with atomic power catastrophes or accidents, but we never would have get this if we wouldn't resist there with 8 or 10,000 people who stayed there and lived there and during the night at -5 degrees. I should tell him about that, by the way. But that's my answer. Yeah.
Okay, because that's a similar approach as Brand Spa, the film that is also part of the Beyond Festival, was directed also by the festival directors, by Gülcan Özkan and Ludger Fans, that showed the resistance of Greenpeace against Shell in 1995. So that is also an approach, of course. On the other hand, though, we all have to ask ourselves, is it enough to protest and resist, or do we have to show the solutions?
Yes, of course. I beg you. This is what I wanted to say at the beginning. Yeah, if you don't show that there are alternative ways to make people eat, for example. Yeah? So everybody knows that we don't need to eat meat. It is everyone knows that. Yeah, so
yeah, I've been a vegetarian for like 10 years. And we all heard, I think, about Tönnies, and for those that didn't, I mean, it's a meat production here in Germany, and they produce 55 million pigs per year. I mean, they slaughter 55 million pigs per year, which are exported to China. Of course, we could change that approach. So it's always the same problem that we have: the production taking place, the consumers. What do they consume? Do they need the consumer goods? Should they stay local? If China would stay local, it would make a change. If we would stay local, it would make a change. So is your approach also that you say we need to be more aware of what we actually need?
Yes. I mean, all my films, nearly all, and it's more than, I think, 60 or 70, and most of them are television and three cinema documentary films, show, let's say, 70–80% show possibilities to solve problems. Yeah, and only got this from food, but of course the others, lots of others. And so this very, let's say, they are optimized. You get out, you leave the cinema in the feeling that you can part of the solution. They can work for that. This is very much stronger. Yeah, it's not only my experience, or this is a scientific solution. It's very much stronger to show people what they can do than to show that they have to do something.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
but
yes, luck, for example, or love, and we spoke very short about that. Is that is one of the biggest possibilities. To invite people to get part of it. That means our to 10. You know, we have this. If you see this virus idea, this pandemic, that's what they call pandemic. Yeah, but you know this R factor. Yeah, when you have this R factor, it should be 1. If you see the virus of luck or of imitation of kindness and happiness, it's 10. Yeah, and you know the same figures. You have in 3 months where they showed us all the people will be dead. We had scientists in Germany with this virus, this corona.
Yeah.
We are all dead. Fortunately, we are still alive. But if you see R to 10, that means 1 person is inviting 10 persons. The month, the year, the week, whatever you decide, to take part of this. This is the most successful and efficient
method.
Yes,
method. It's like a viral method. What do you think would be the consequences if the urgency is ignored? if people keep ignoring what is going on, what do you think is going to happen?
You know, people know about that in the back
Deep
of the head.
inside.
This is there's everybody. This is the newspapers are so full of it. Yeah. So we see the burning woods, and we see Siberia, which is at 10 degrees and all that. But they want to have this situation where in the moment they want to be, let's say, want to have a comfortable life. Yeah. So if you make them aware, that is clear. Yeah. But this is only one part, as I told you. The other part is that you give an example. This is this 3.5 factor. Do you know that?
No. Please explain.
Chiara or Matt, do you know about that? That's very interesting. The 3.5 factor. This is a scientific result that you need 3.5% of a society to change a society. The only thing is what should be done is it's a mixture of the society. Yeah, it's not only, let's say, the intellectual like in the 68, but young and old, women, very important, women and men and all that. That's what. No, and isn't it funny? 3.5 people, 3.5% of the people only can change it. If they decide and if they have this inner resilience, which we are speaking about, and if they really, I mean, are working for that. But this is a work which is not full of fear, which you see just now. They have a tsunami of fear they're doing now. But let's say a hope of idea and visions. And everybody knows, I mean, the very much important is that the life is better than if you do this change. And
Yes.
you can give an example for that. One of the happiest moments which many people around me had was the second night in Gorleben when we resisted by sleeping there and this in front of this the road where this nuclear waste transport should come. And you cannot, very many, I've been still in contact, this is some years ago, still in contact with them, they said that was the luckiest day of my life when I was there, surrounded by people with me and to prepare that.
To feel the solidarity.
8,000 people.
To feel the
And
solidarity
luck.
also
We
towards
speak
one
about luck.
subject. The thing is that what we need is to be more. I think we have to stick together more on the subject because, as you said, if we do, first of all, it makes us happy because we are in this together. We are in the same boat. Second of all, we could make a change if we do so. What is your personal wish, Carl?
My personal wish is that step by step we will have more and more people around us who getting stronger and stronger and seeing these immense possibilities around us. This last year when we saw this Fridays for Future movement, there was a feeling that how it could develop. That's why they had this idea with this pandemic, and so just now no more Fridays for Future. Or if you see the Fridays for Future, we had a demonstration with them with 4 meters of distance, 50 people with masks outside, and this is something which the movement has to decide too. How really, let's say, just resist. I mean against lots of those laws which we have. But I'm still of hope that this fight will be won. And we have the next big international demonstration. We have on the 27th of September. We will see if people will again start to resist against that. And in Germany, we have an election. In America, we have an election. And people have to decide what I said. And that's my wish, that the people really decide and then act for that.
And
that's
act
why
for
I'm eating no meat, or that I'm driving with electric car, or here phoning from a plus energy house and so on. We can decide that. We have so many possibilities to decide.
I cross my fingers. Thank you so much, Carl.
Thank you.
And films, they can touch our conscience, not only our panel discussions of the filmmakers that I'm having now, but also because of the films that they're produced. The question is, above all, always, can films really make a change? So, which is our next topic? A question to ask also, Candida Brady. Am I in the wrong track now? Yes, I am, sorry. I'm sorry, I'll be back. Candida Brady, is Candida Brady, she's not here, no, sorry. So this one is not with us either. I have a question to my director. Candida Brady is not part of our panel. Die habe ich jetzt nicht angesagt, die ist aber auch nicht da, oder was? Okay, so we will continue then with Matthew. I'm sorry about the interruption. Matthew, breaking out of the routines is the prerequisite for real change. As Carl has said also, if the routine is that we eat meat, we need to break out of that routine to become a vegetarian or to at least contribute something to change the way it is produced. So that's our next topic. And Matthew Hopkins, you documented one man who tried exactly that due to an alarming fact. Every year, the UK food industry wastes 1.9 million tons of food. That's wow. In A Failure of the Imagination, you have documented 5 years in the life of Silo, the UK's first restaurant that does not have a bin. So before we start our discussion, Matthew, let us all take a look at the trailer.
I feel like when you really know a problem, it's hard to ignore. Waste is a human thing. There's no other species on Earth that wastes things. It's just humans. Because we've put it there, it is our responsibility to fix the problem. And it's now the time to turn this around. I was born in a town called Worksop. Quite a normal childhood, I guess. But at school, I just couldn't do anything. I felt useless. I'm dyslexic and dyspraxic and what other disses there are. And so eventually I dropped out and ambled into a local restaurant with nowhere else to turn, I guess, and washed dishes. Through being told that I was stupid and I'm a failure, multiple times by even teachers, created this chip on your shoulder. I became very ambitious to do something with real value. And so I began something of a food pilgrimage. So I went around the world to some of the best restaurants that had some sort of purpose, but unfortunately the reality was quite the opposite. It was criminal, some of the things that I witnessed. Just waste. I started to realize that the food industry is a complete disaster. It's unsustainable. Our expectations, our desires are unnatural. We need a new system. I opened Silo because I had a vision of a food system that was better, a food system for the future. Silo is a zero waste restaurant. Everything is designed from waste. And what zero waste means is we don't have a bin. To not have a bin, we go to farmers, to fishermen, to foragers, and we say, bring the food to us directly. And when you trade directly, there's no packaging. The food comes from nature as a whole ingredient. We maximize the resources to minimize the waste, and then the eventual waste that will occur get composted, and then that compost goes directly back where our food grows. It's that simple. If we want butter, we have to make it from milk. We want flour, we have to freshly milk and wheat. This kind of food is alive, really alive, and when you create a system with no potential of waste, it's very easy. It's very easy to not have a bin.
This is so impressive, first of all. Second of all, it looks extremely delicious. I mean, Matthew, how long did it take to make this film? I mean, it's such a poetic film.
It took about 4.5 years, and there's quite a few reasons for that, to be quite honest. So I met Doug just after he'd opened a restaurant. The restaurant's just around the corner from where I'm sitting now, or it was. And at the time, it was just a room with a group of young people with a collection of really big ideas. And I think as a filmmaker, you hear something like, oh, a zero waste restaurant, the first one in the UK, and you think, oh, you know, maybe that would be an interesting film. So I went along and I met Doug, and you know, I could truly see this was somebody who was really wearing his heart on his sleeve, and you know, he was all in to do this thing. And when he opened a restaurant, he got absolutely berated by the local press. He was called hipster. He was called, you know, doing it, you know, just because he was trendy. And I was kind of interested in you know, documenting, you know, what it was all about. Very quickly, I'd, you know, filmed some bits of him, and basically I could have had a film there straight away, you know? Could have had one of these nice little kind of poetic documentaries about a chef doing something, but there was just no substance to the film. There was no drama, there was no kind of heart to it. And I think this goes back to what we were saying about earlier, about how do you really get people to listen. And I said to Doug, look, I'm just gonna keep filming, and we'll see what happens. And the route of the film, it took some really kind of different directions. At one point, you know, we were talking a lot about pre-industrial food systems and soil health and really technical things about the zero waste movement, but it just wasn't a story that was hitting home with people. And at the same time as we were doing this, he was really struggling with this restaurant. He was really struggling to make a profit from it. He was really struggling with staff. And these are things not necessarily related to climate change. These are ordinary things everybody faces in their jobs, in their careers. And it almost got to a point after about three years where Doug was like, well, where's the film? And to be perfectly honest, I was like, I'm not really sure what it's about. And he'd actually written a book kind of chronicling those first 3 or 4 years, and I read it, and straight away I was like, well, Doug, this is in simple terms, you know. It just says it's a journey about you opening a restaurant, and it's about you doing something differently, and it's about you having to fight for that, and you really having to hold on for dear life just to make it a reality. And that's what the film's about, you know. That what you listened to there or saw, it's not the trailer, it's the first 3 minutes. And I think what Doug articulates so well there is just how simple that concept is. And that's where we got to with the film, you know. We wanted to make something incredibly simple that anybody could understand.
But it comes back, I mean, it always comes back to simplicity, I think. I mean, it's not only how the film is made, but also what the film shows, that if we simply close the circle by giving back the waste to the earth to compost it, then it all makes sense. I mean, of course, this means that the plastic industry needs to be diminished. And I think it's a very inspirational film because it also showed, because the first fear I think that people would think of is, if we do it that simple, it means that the quality is low, it means that it's not diverse enough, you know, people wouldn't like to come. But you showed with this film that it is possible. How is the restaurant doing now? I mean, is it still alive, or was it too hard to stick to it?
The restaurant, I mean, if we take coronavirus out of the picture and how that's hit the hospitality sector, and how they've had to temporarily close down and totally rewrite their business model. The restaurant itself is doing tremendously well. I mean, they learned a lot of lessons along the way, and you know, there are still some, I guess, inherent problems with how you make a restaurant like this mainstream, because what they actually had to do, you know, they opened basically as a bakery and coffee house. Now, that was something they were trying to do to make it as accessible as possible to people. But if you try and make a sausage roll in a zero waste food system, you know, you've got to make that butter, you've got to mill the flour, you've got to do all this, and then try and sell it for £3, you're not making any money. So they almost had to create a menu which worked with a zero waste food system. And that menu was really based on fresh, raw ingredients coming from farmers and coming from sustainable food sources. But the food itself is very simple, and that really appealed to more of a fine dining audience. So the direction the restaurant's taken now is it's now based in London, and it's one of the most popular, most sought after restaurants in the country, because it's catering to that audience. Now, you know, that is a bit of a problem where, you know, we still need to work out how a restaurant like this becomes accessible for the mainstream and, you know, that becomes affordable. But, you know, these are things, Douglas as a character, you know, he wakes up every day and he holds these issues and these problems on his sleeve, and he is trying to tick them off one at a time. And that's what I wanted to show.
And that's what I find so inspiring, because if we would do that, if that shows also that if each individual does something, I mean, this is a huge project, the restaurant, but even if we try to diminish our waste or to reduce it at least, we do something which goes forward a positive approach to the climate change. And Matthew, has it changed something in you, like in the way you treat waste or how you live your life waste-wise after you did the movie? Or maybe during doing the movie because it took so long?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my wife, she is actually more of the, I guess, activist and climate conscious person within our family. So she's always been pushing me forward and inspiring me on those things. But what I really learned from making the film was we visited a lot of farms, and I started to understand just the process of making food and how simple it is to get, you know, some ingredients straight to your plate and how food's made. And now I have, we call it an allotment here. I believe in Germany you call it a Schrebergarten or something like that. I'm not quite sure. But it's, you know, it's a little space where you grow food.
It's like a summer house, yes.
It's like a summer house. And, you know, now I'm incredibly interested in that process of how you grow food. And, you know, I think that's something that, you know, it's something people always say, I think, wow, you know, getting to know how to grow food is so important, and it's so important for young people. But, you know, it's something I went, you know, over 30 years of my life not really understanding where that food came from. And I'd like to think of myself as somebody who's educated and, you know, some of these basic things I have no idea about. So, yeah, certainly I learned so much.
Yeah, and we come back to what Chiara also said. It's about education, about awareness, you know, to know that chicken nuggets do not grow on trees, you know, that there is like a life behind it. Matthew, you said that you wanted to make this film because you were interested because the restaurant was next door. You just made that film, but it changed my approach also about thinking more about how can I reduce my waste. What role in general does cinema play in making a change?
Well, you know, I think we've all been to the cinema before and we've watched films that have really changed us, that we've watched and it's made us really think, you know, recalibrate how we think about things. And, you know, I think with this film, I was always looking for what that feeling I wanted people to come away with. You know, we tried to make this about a lot of technical information, and that just wasn't creating a feeling. And you know, you talk about being inspirational, and I think the inspiring nature of this comes from the fact that Doug bears all at the beginning. He talks about how, you know, he basically talks a lot about being a failure. You know, failing. When he was at school, he was called a failure. And then when he was doing this project, at so many points, he was failing. And he was open to talk about that. And the whole message of the film is him realizing that failure is part of the process. You know, we're not going to get things right all the time. It's all about us trying new things, trying to find solutions, and we will make progress if we get that. And I think that's a huge thing, you know, we need to learn in society now. You know, there's a huge kind of polarization between, you know, there's always two sides of the argument, and it feels like nobody's ever willing to admit they're wrong. And I think that's a huge thing we've got to really kind of take from this film.
Thank you so much, Matthew. And
pleasure.
Each one of us, of course, and all the viewers that are watching us know how grave the problems are that our planet is facing at the moment, hopefully not for the end of its time. But do we have to live with them? In Spirits I've Called, Chiara Sambuchi portrays a Brazilian farmer who fights for the survival of peasants in the Brazilian region of Carajás. She takes the spectator on a journey as fascinating as it is tragic, into the heart of the Amazonian region. To the immense mine of Serra Norte, the biggest open-air mine in the world. Now, let's take a look at the trailer of Spirits I've Called by Chiara Sambuchi.
Siamo una popolazione votata allo sterminio. Ho paura per me stessa, ma ho addosso la paura di centinaia di famiglie.
Eu tenho que dizer que nunca é tarde para ser feliz. Basta que nós temos um povo unido, junto, nós temos que chamar todo mundo.
Und insofern, glaube ich, muss man wirklich tatsächlich darüber nachdenken, wie wir da unseren Weg in die Zukunft finden.
I can't get rid of the spirits I've called, Chiara. That's a saying that fits the economics, and it fits also the policy and the current situation. Do you think there's a chance to make this saying virtually reversible?
Huge question.
Tough question.
You know, I would be already very happy if we would be able to stop it. And that would help very much the planet and the Earth population, just to stop it. And, well, you know, but in order to do it, we surely need resistance, but we also need political makers, politicians who help us, who are, I would say, on the right side. And those are completely missing at the moment. Which is a huge, huge drama.
And each individual can do something. What do you think is the basics that we should all take into our lives?
Surely realize that we can't use the resources as we want, without taking care of what it causes. talking in a very practical way. Just, stop to eat meat like, it would grow from, from the earth without break, just like that. Stop buying a new car or changing a car every 2 years. Stopping to throw away a wash machine just because it's old instead of repairing it. Stop to throw food, a very, very important topic. Nobody talks about it. Well, I don't hear a lot about it, and it's so, so important. And invite the others to do it. Give the good example. Showing the others that even small, very small steps are really important to change the way we live. I'm very much interested in this 3.7 part of the population. You need to change things. I'm very much interested about it, also because, as Carl said, of course, it can't be only the intellectuals. It can't be only always the same part of the population who anyway read newspapers, so is aware, who anyway travel, who anyway knows very well that we can't use resources or eat meat, without thinking about what it causes. We also need to reach the others, the other social classes, the other social groups who probably don't read newspapers every day, or they maybe don't read newspapers at all, who get informed through Facebook or other social medias, who don't go to the theaters to watch our documentary films. So example, but also, try to reach this huge part of population is very important. And I'm struggling about it, also as a filmmaker, because I don't have an answer. I know that we need to communicate to this big part of people. We can't ignore them. They are so important. They are very important when it comes to the elections. They're very important when, we need to vote the right politicians to make changes. So example is surely a big part. The positive example is surely a big part of it.
To inspire also. I mean, that is the problem that Carl was talking about. It's the problem that Matthew was talking about. How do we get it to the masses? Because of course we have the 3.5 factor, 3.5% of the population, as Carl brought up, which is a fantastic topic, I think so too, that can influence the rest of the society. But on the other hand, of course, we need to educate awareness, as you said, Chiara, for everyone, for the children that take a bath in those holes that were left over or that are contaminated with iron from those mines. What did it do to you when you made this film, when you were so close to problems that us, don't usually see in our day-to-day lives?
I was very upset. It made me very, very upset and gave me really a huge energy to go further and, in fighting for it. Through this documentary film, through further works I will do. I got upset very, very much because also I saw the huge political part, which is, again, part of the system. The wrong political decisions, economical interest above everything else, connection between politicians and owners of huge industries like Vale or like Ilva in Italy. But again, you can get upset and say, okay, I can't change anything, or you can get upset, and you should, and say, okay, let's start with this negative feeling, let's transform it in positive energy, and let's work for a better world, which is going to be not even for a better world, I would say for a world that we can afford. Without getting better, without change, that's not going to be the world anymore as we know it. So it's necessary, and we need changes now.
We need the change, absolutely, absolutely. So what do you think that concerning new businesses, I mean, this documentary and also the other ones that we saw, those are about businesses that are in the process, that are in the business now, in nowadays. But if we take a look at new business coming up, because of course there's a lot happening in the world, what kind of rules should these businesses follow? What do you think, Chiara?
Well, again, you know, profit can't be the only
goal
criteria. You know, it's not possible anymore. It's not affordable anymore, and the use of resources, which is dangerous of the planet, shouldn't be allowed. Again, we produce, for instance, just talking about the topic of my documentary film. We produce at the moment more steel that we actually need. I think it's crazy. That should be forbidden. So to me, the feeling that I have right now is that we can't change businesses, we can't change the way to live, also without changing the politicians who represent us. I think we need a very, very strong lobbyistic and political war to reach our goals. Resistance is very important. Entrepreneurs who are aware of what they do are really important, but we also need on the other side somebody who support us, who help us and help businesses which go to the right, you know, into the right direction.
Yes, for sure. I think so too. The conscience is not enough.
No.
That's why also, I mean, we still talk about, I mean, we can do that for all the business, be it racism, the Black Lives Matter movement. It's nothing new, seriously. We shouldn't have that problem anymore, what we do. We shouldn't have had that problem in the first place, first of all. And then talking about women in business, why do we have to talk about it? We have 50% of the population. Why not make it equal? I mean, I don't get it, seriously. I'm sure you don't get it, Chiara. And the same is with our planet. It does not make sense to destroy our planet because we live on our planet. I mean, I really don't get it, what it makes so hard for economists to think in a sustainable way, because at the end of the day, everyone is going to be thankful. This is going to bite our asses if we don't change the way we do and the way we do economics and the way we produce. So now we have the, thank you so much, Chiara, for giving us these insights. I have one final question for the three of you, which is, I mean, we are currently now here at the Beyond Festival virtually, connected with you, due to the pandemic situation, due to Corona. Can it be seen as a reset button, Carl? What do you think? Do you think it has a sustainable, lasting moment for our society? Carl? The corona situation, the lockdowns that we were in, the values that we were thinking about it, do you think it's going to last?
No, no, not at all. I mean, yes, we can a little bit. I mean, we still continue living, and we're doing this here as we see it. It seems to work, but no, I'm not part of those people who say, okay, this lockdown, now everybody is better. We have changing of laws in Germany. You cannot believe. Yeah, the role of the government is getting so strong because people are following everything, and I tell you, they were very quick. Yeah, they have a new law of so-called coal exit, which means 2038. That means in 18 years we exit the coal. Yeah, and we paid 4.5 billion euro to. In an industrial situation where the coal is even in the moment too expensive, because we have very much cheaper ways to let's say to produce energy. So this was very quick done during the lockdown, and people were full of they were afraid about their own life, and they believed at all those lots of lies there. No, I don't see any positive result. We had video conferences before too. We use it now very much more. But I have offices in 2 other cities in Germany, and so we are used to do that. And we have good luck because we are preparing a new film. Yeah, Friday is the story of the new world, just in this time. So, but I have a colleague in Switzerland who was just filming, and she lost 2 films, 2 Netflix films. She's nearly off. Yeah? No, it's not like that. The only thing what I would like to add is for the discussion, if I'm allowed to do that.
Of course.
The German people are not so used in the revolutions, normally. Yeah? But we had a very good example. So we could look back a little bit in the history. 1989, which is only, let's say, nearly a good 30 years ago, in Leipzig. Yeah. I tell you, October in Leipzig, I was there half a year before. Yeah, in July I was there. I was surrounded by frustrated men, yeah, who said, "Oh, nothing will change" and all that, and they were parts of this movement. Yeah, and if you see that how quick, then a door opened, and the people used the possibilities, and they were on the streets, and they didn't leave the streets. And 3 months later, in October, 8th of October, they had 400,000 people on the streets. They started with 5, yeah, and this was so quick. And this is part of my personal history. So I say, if you see possibilities where doors are opening, then we should
grab it.
We should work for opening the door. But when it is opening, we have to go there. Everybody has to go there, wherever it is in the world, and resist and not leave. This was a German history and we are so people. We accept the rules. I mean, authorities. Yes. So, and now you see what is happening. We shouldn't forget that it is possible to get.
To make a change. Of course, I mean it's always the fear of change, because everything that comes is probably unknown, and we need to overcome that and see the opportunities that lies within change also. Matthew, how do you see we are in the middle of the corona crisis, and we can call it also a crisis because we will probably overcome it. The climate change is a different story. We probably won't overcome it. We have to change from the ground. But what did the corona crisis do to you? Has it changed some things? I just give you an example because my brother lives in London. He's an economist. He travels every 3 days actually around the world, from Russia to Saudi Arabia to wherever. Now he sits at home and he tells me, you know what, Anna, I don't need to travel anymore. And I realized that due to corona. Of course, he needs to get in touch with people sometimes and to have like a face-to-face meeting. But otherwise, you can do it like we do it now. And that's something which is good for our environment, that people maybe realize that traveling in that sense is not necessarily possible. What happened to you personally, Matthew?
Yeah, there are, elements like that where, I think everybody got so excited when, you could see the Himalayas for the first time, and these things where there was no pollution in cities and everybody thought, we've done it, And I think it was a bit of a false dawn, really. Yes, I think there hopefully will be less travel, and we've had to learn how to connect online in this way. But the worry is how we come out of this, And I think I talked about it earlier. Especially the film I made. It was the food that's being made there. It's very much for an affluent audience. And now there's going to be real poverty setting in a lot of places. And how do we make climate change as important issue as somebody's personal finances and somebody's personal need to feed their family? And this is where I think some of this polarization comes in. We have political organizations which are really using people's fear and people's, poverty. In here in the UK, the NHS has been bled dry by the Conservatives, and then they've used it as this symbol of national unity throughout the pandemic. And nobody knows what's going on. I think everybody's very confused, and I think there's got to be some real kind of strategy about how we communicate these problems and make sure everybody understands them and everybody's on board. So I probably just rambled to you there.
No, don't worry about
it. But I think it's a very confusing time.
I can handle it. No, don't worry. No, I think so too, because it's like we have, as we've said in the beginning before also, I mean, especially like in China, the volume of the decrease of pollution was immense. During the lockdown, everyone realized, oh my God, the air can be clean. I mean, cities like Athens, I've lived in Athens for a couple of months, they have to use, every day they need to change cars. Because that's what they do, which is wrong. But during the lockdown, they learned to really leave the cars behind. Because the air pollution is huge in Athens, and there are other cities. And then also noise is also a pollution factor, and it was reduced. Because everything was reduced, and that was something that we realized, and hopefully we won't forget. I'm not sure if we will forget. What do you think, Chiara?
I was very happy during those terrible weeks, happy seeing the blue sky, happy realizing that people finally got it. We don't need to see each other, or to meet each other every time we have to talk to each other. We can also Zoom, Skype, whatever else. This is the positive side, but it didn't last very long, to be honest. And I think nothing will change until we are, or there's a few, a small part with a lot of decision of power, which has greed as a criteria, to move on, to work, and to do things. Yeah, it's true. We don't need to travel all the time in order to work, but we're starting to do it again. I flew to Palermo, to Sicily, 2 weeks ago for shooting. The flight was full, really full. It's actually, they had an overbooking, and it was full of people, trying to go there just to have holiday. So again, you need to change the way people see things, the way people go through life. There's no pandemic, there's no virus which can help us if we don't do this very important step. If we don't really decide, make this decision, okay, let's do it. I just changed my way to live.
A shift of values. Thank you so much. Thank you, Karl Fechner. Thank you, Matthew Hopkins. Thank you, Chiara Sambuchi, for being part of this discussion.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, let me give you a short insight about what is going to happen tomorrow here at the Beyond Film Festival. At 11 p.m., the jury panel is going to take place, which will be followed at 12:30 by the panel Climate, which will be focusing on local initiatives, local power. That's what we've talked about a lot today. And then at 3 p.m., the Beyond Festival will come to an end with the award ceremony of this year's winner. My name is Annabelle Mandeng, and it was a great pleasure and an honor to be your host in the afternoons and evenings. And I wish you the best, and our planet, of course. You take good care. Goodbye.
will get started soon, so you're going to have to fill them in.
Okay. Hello and welcome
I'll-
back to the Beyond Festival on climate change. We will have our last event for tonight. And tomorrow we will start with a jury talk, a panel of our jury of the festival. Then at 12:30 we will have a climate talk on the regional climate change. And then at 3 p.m. we will have the ceremony award. And now we will see an incredible art piece of Victoria Vesna. Victoria is an artist and professor at the UCLA Department of Design, Media Arts, and director of the Art SCI Center at the School of Arts and California Nanosystems Institute. With her installation, she investigates how communication technology affect collective behavior and perception of identity shift in relation to scientific innovations. Her works involve long-time collaborations with composers, nanoscientists, neuroscientists, evolutionary biologists, and she brings this experience to her students. Victoria has exhibited her work in 20 solo exhibitions, 70 group shows, and has published in more than 20 papers and gave 100 plus invited talks in the last decade. And she and her colleagues will invite us to Alien Stardust, an artistic meditation. Victoria.
Thank you so much, and hello from Los Angeles, everybody. I am connected with a group of amazing musicians and sound artists, and I just wanted to thank Ludger from the Beyond Festival for giving us an opportunity to share this meditation with you. This is a very special day, July 25th. According to the 13th moon Mayan calendar, is a day out of time. It is a day between the end and the start of the annual cycle. So it's like a new year. It's a day to create transformative energies to shift the way we're thinking. So we're coming to you from 6 locations, from 2 coasts, east and west. And before I start, I would like to introduce the people who are creating the sounds, the frequencies, and the animations from 6 locations. Paul Geluso in New York, Carol Parkinson, thank you for the support. Clinton and Ivana from Westwood, Los Angeles. And then we are joined by Clarissa Ribeiro from Brazil, who is here connecting you because we're doing some parallel processing here. So please get ready for the Alien Stardust meditation. We're sending a collective signal in the noise and put aside 33 minutes that this meditation takes place. Ideally, you want to put on your headphones and set your monitor to full screen. You should be provided the YouTube link. Can I get a confirmation that the YouTube link is provided to the audience? Okay. So we're going to get started. Please put on your headphones and put aside 33 minutes. Set your monitor to full screen. Take a look around you. Look at your surfaces, look at the dust. Take a picture with your mind. These dust particles can be coming from your skin shedding, your hair, animals, cars, clothes, factories, pollen. One of them could have landed from outer space, from far beyond our solar system, from a star that exploded many, many, many years ago. This is a listening practice. We're connecting from many parts of the world, moving out into space and following the breaking apart and fall of meteorites on all 7 continents. As the particles of the dust, the micrometeorites, fall down, they meet the particles of pollution moving up into the atmosphere. Listen to the sounds, the frequencies, without judgment. Listen to the COVID data. This is live data from the Johns Hopkins. John Bramley. Listen to the drone. Paul Geluso from New York on drone and flute. Listen to the space signals. Clinton von Arman on the space and the mix. Now, listen to the voice that's going to take you out of your body, out of this earth, and into the images mixed by Ivana Dama. Breathe. Breathe out the warm air. Follow the voice. Follow the voice. Breathe. Breathe. And we take it off to Asia. This is where we start. Everything is falling apart in Asia. Dust to dust. We are golden. We are golden. We are golden. Breathe. Breathe. Watch the coronavirus. Be careful. Be careful. Breathe. When winds of change. All is falling apart in Asia. Signal to noise. We go to Europe. Russia. Stay centered. Breathe. Breathe. Fossil fuels. All is falling apart in Europe. Watch that coal. Breathe. Space dust. Dust to the dust. Dust to dust. Breathe. We go to Africa. Mother. All is falling apart in Africa. All is breaking apart in Africa. Breathe. 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 Dust to dust. We go to North America. Hello from United States of America. All is falling apart. All is falling. Breaking. All is falling apart in the United States of America. We're sending signals to noise. Stay centered. Breathe. 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 Take shelter. Dust to the dust. happened to South America? All is falling apart in South America. Hello, Brazil. Hello, Brazil. All is breaking apart in South America. Breathe. Watch the bacteria. Be careful. Australia, here we come. All is breaking apart in Australia. All is breaking apart. Falling, falling. Breathe. Dust to dust. We made the bargain. Got to get back to the garden. Antarctica. Breathe. Antarctica's melting. Breathe. Shine on, you crazy diamond. You are forever. You are forever. Breathe. Slowly start coming back to earth, back to our destined, beautiful planet. Breathe. Come back into your body.
The streaming is stopped.
Can you able to turn off or still talking to me?
Thank you very much, Vesna. Thank you very much.
We can talk on Zoom now.
Victoria Vesna, thank you very much for this great performance. Awesome.
I hope you had your headphones on.
Unfortunately, we had.
Unmute yourself.
Here's Kathleen from the Beyond Festival. Victoria, we had the big loudspeakers on, and our colleagues were lying on the floor.
Okay, cool. Did you manage to get into it?
I think at least one of them looked like he was in a yoga nidra, but we enjoyed the visual here in the tech booth. Unbelievable, beautiful. Thank you for that. We were amazed. We're like, how much computer power do you need to render those visuals?
So the renderings are not in real time. The renderings are mixed in real time. So the animations were done ahead of time, and then even does real-time mixing according to a kind of a script that we have. And then everybody's mixed in at the same time by Clinton, who is also composing everybody. Paul Geluso was doing the drone and flute and mixing, and John Brumley was doing the live feed from COVID data from the Johns Hopkins University. So it's all live, the data. And then Rihanna Catalyst does the voice. She's the kind of the celestial voice that comes in and out, and it's colorized by different cultural places on the planet that we land. So every place we land, it's about breaking apart and just having to be centered in the kind of falling apart situation we're dealing with.
Yeah, I really enjoyed her angel voice when she was sort of singing with the render pictures. Great combination. I want to send this link to my colleagues who are doing sound journeys. So the YouTube link was right now there was in real time as a live performance with you, but this will be available.
But it will be automatically records
Fantastic.
it, so it would be great if you could link it to your festival, and whoever missed it can.
We will do that.
Still enjoy it.
Thank you
I
so
think
much.
it actually worked really well. Everybody was connected, and I'm actually excited nothing went wrong.
Well, as far as we can say, it worked here, and we had several smartphones connected to.
Oh, I'm so happy. And Clarissa, who's here, and Mick, Clarissa's in Brazil.
Yes.
And she volunteered to be online while I was doing the performance because I couldn't do both. So we actually have somebody from Brazil too. And then Mick also, who's part of our Artside Collective, he volunteered to come in and just be there in case you needed anything.
Yeah, cool. Thank you so much. We are.
Thank you.
We are going offline now. We going into our night. Someone is telling me that people still can buy tickets for our film festival. That's for 20 euros or 19.90. So almost the same in dollars. I just have to mention that before we go offline, it's www.beyond-filmfestival.com. There you can buy tickets for the 50 films that have been curated here, and we had all the presentations. We had several panels about that, and I can say all the trailers that I watched gave me goosebumps, and it's really beautiful how we can see the combination of these things with your artwork and with artwork from other artists that we know around the world. So thank you so much. Have a great day in Los
Enjoy
Angeles.
the rest of your evening, and we'll connect to your film
Yes.
festival.
I hope I can
tomorrow.
go back soon to UCLA and visit you again. Thank you so
Me
much.
too. Yeah, so good to connect again. Bye.
Bye. Bye. And for everybody who's watching, bye.
Bye.